Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us to discuss the RA Enhancements Draft Final Proposal and 6 Revised Straw Proposal. My name is Isabella Nicosia with ISO Stakeholder Affairs, and I'll be facilitating the web conference today. I'm also joined on the line by our 3 presenters for today's discussion, Bridget Sparks, Lauren Carr, and Carl Musin, all from Infrastructure and Regulatory Policy, as well as a few other subject matter experts who will be available on the line to answer any questions. The presentation for today's call is available on the RA Enhancements Initiative webpage on the California ISO website. And today's call is being recorded. The recording is for informational and convenience purposes only. Any related transcriptions should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. We will be taking questions throughout the call today, and you can enter the question queue at any time by pressing #2 on your telephone keypad. I'd just like to remind everyone to please introduce yourself before asking your question. So the paper that we published on December 17th is both a draft final proposal on phase 1 elements and then a 6th revised straw proposal on many of the phase 2 elements. So the phase 1 we are targeting to take to the March Board of Governors meeting this March, and that proposal includes the planned outage process enhancements, RA import requirements, operationalizing storage, and backstop capacity procurement, the CPM for local energy sufficiency. And then the phase 2 proposal, it has a phase 2A and a phase 2B. And that one, the phase 2A will go to the May 2021 Board of Governors. And that proposal includes the unenforced capacity evaluations, determining system RA requirements, the system RA showings and sufficiency testing, the must offer obligations and bid insertion modifications, Ucat for local studies, and then backstop capacity procurement as well. And then the phase 2B will go to the September 2021 Board of Governors, and that includes the planned outage process enhancements for phase 2, and then the system RA showings and sufficiency testing for the portfolio assessment, and then the flexible resource adequacy. So today's discussion is going to focus on many of the 6 revised straw proposal elements. So Bridget Sparks and Lauren Carr will be covering the unenforced capacity evaluations, and then Carl Musin will cover the minimum system RA requirements, and then Lauren will wrap up today's discussion with must offer obligations. But please note that some of these agenda items might move days or times as time permits. Tomorrow we'll focus on the draft final proposal elements, so that will be the planned outage process enhancements led by Carl, and then RA imports led by Milos. And then our final day will focus on some of the elements from both the draft final proposal and 6th revised straw proposal. So Gabe Murtaugh will lead a discussion on operationalizing storage, and that's from the draft final proposal. And then Bridget will lead a discussion on backstop capacity procurement, which is from both the draft final proposal and 6th revised straw proposal. And this slide just shows where we are at in the stakeholder process. So we are both in the straw proposal and draft proposal phase. And then many of these dates, the board dates have already went over, but the final proposal for phase 1, we plan to put out in February. And then, again, we'll present that proposal to the board in March. And then the final proposal for phase 2A, and then the 7th revised straw proposal for phase 2B, we plan to put that out in April. And then we'll present the proposal on the phase 2A elements to the board in May. And then the draft final proposal for phase 2B will go out in June, and then the final proposal for phase 2B will be in August, and then we will present the phase 2 proposal elements to the board in September 2021. So with that, I will hand it over to Bridget and Lauren, and we can start our discussion.
Thanks, Isabella. Bridget, if you don't mind, I'll just add a couple introductory remarks before we get into the Ucat topic. I did want to share with stakeholders before we get into the content that we did receive a couple requests to post a redline version of this paper the draft final proposal and 6th revised straw proposal, so folks could see the changes from the last version, our 5th revised straw proposal. We did not end up posting a redline version. We tried to post summaries of the changes at the beginning of the document as well as within the document where we've adopted changes to the proposal based on stakeholder feedback. But I know this version had a lot of edits from the previous version, and so folks did request a red line. What I'll say on that is I think that's something that we are looking to do later on more in the final proposal stage. That's something that we can provide additional detail as to what's changed and potentially post a red line at that phase. But I just wanted to acknowledge for folks that we did get a couple requests to post red lines, and that's something that we'll look to do probably in the final proposal stage once we get things more to a point where they're not changing quite as much. So it makes more sense to do red lines at that stage of the process, and we'll plan to do that. So just wanted to let folks know that, and I'll go ahead and hand it over to Bridget to kick us off.
Great. Thanks, Lauren, and good morning, everyone. So we are continuing to discuss our unforced capacity evaluation. So just to get things started, I wanted to remind folks of sort of the problems that CAISO is facing that has led us to propose an unforced capacity evaluation proposal. So to begin with, the daily forced outage rates on RA resources from SERA demonstrate that the average forced outage rates exceed the 4 to 6% forced outage rates that are currently accounted for in the 115 planning reserve margin. But as you'll see on the following slides, we put together a series of box and whisker plots for the summer months of 2018 through 2020, which shows the variation in observed forced outage rates, which shows that on average, we observe forced outage rates that exceed the 6% margin and can be anywhere from 5 to 20%. And we see forced outage rates above sort of the fleet-wide average across the years of 10%. Next slide. So here we have summer 2018, and as you can see, the box and whisker charts are well above the 6% planning reserve margin that's supposed to account for forced outage rates, and that the averages across May through October are well above the 6% and closer to that 10% mark, with the ranges anywhere from 5 to 15%. Sorry, my VM just kicked me off. So if we move on to the next slide, you'll see the chart for summer 2019. And again, we see averages well above that 6%, with the averages getting closer to that 10% mark, and the range of daily forced outage rates well exceed will exceed that 6% mark, with ranges anywhere from 6 to over 16%, with outliers up into the 20-25% of daily forced outages. Sorry guys, I'm having some trouble with my home Wi-Fi, the joys of working from home. So let me turn on my hotspot just a second. Okay. Well, on slide 13, to summarize, again, the CAISO has observed outage rates of 10%. The current PRM and forced outage substitution rules, as well as RAIN, have proven inadequate to replace capacity on these forced outage rates, whereas the unforced capacity evaluations, if implemented, would promote procurement of the most dependable and reliable resources upfront by accounting for their historic unavailability in their capacity values. This proposal also allows us to eliminate complicated and ineffective forced outage substitution rules by procuring the substitutions upfront. And then additionally, some stakeholders have suggested just increasing the PRM to account for these higher observed forced outage rates. However, this would be sort of a static treatment, where if we just statically increase it to, say, something like 120, 125%, whereas with UCAP, this proposal will dynamically change with the fleet's forced outage rates. So as individual resources forced outage rates change over time, UCAP will capture these changes, and so it will allow for the procurement to fluctuate with the observed forced outage rates. So rather than just statically increasing it, UCAP will allow it to dynamically change and will sort of help prevent over-unprocurement in the future as forced outage rates change over time. So next slide. So the way that the CAISO has proposed to implement the integration of unforced capacity evaluations is into our current NQC process. So the CAISO is now proposing a two-step process to assess resources QCs that include their resources deliverability and availability. So for step one of this process, we will take the existing QC values that we get from the LRAs, and we'll continue to study these resources for deliverability using the same study processes that we use today. And we will create a new term called deliverable QC or DQC for the resource to account for this deliverability. And then in the next step, we will apply the non-availability factors to DQC, which will result in the final NQC value of the resource under the UCAP construct. So once UCAP is implemented, NQC will represent both deliverability and availability. So the advantages of this approach is that it will allow capacity values to continue to be expressed in terms of net qualifying capacity, which address stakeholder concerns around existing contracts. And then the most offer rules will be set in terms of DQC, or the deliverable capacity. And so this allows for that substitution up front. So if resources are bidding in at their deliverable capacity, this will cover the forced outages that might be occurring on other resources at any given time. So again, the fleet will sort of self-substitute for forced outages that happen on any of the other resources in the portfolio. And then the CAISO continues to propose to apply UCAP calculations for local capacity counting using a conversion factor after local studies have been completed. And so if you notice in the paper, there hasn't been much changes to the underlying methodology for how we're going to do UCAP for local capacity. Rather, we have just updated the terminology to match the DQC and QC terminology. So I will pause here for questions.
So as a reminder, you can enter the question queue by pressing #2. Janelle, do we have any questions in the queue?
Yes, we do have a couple of questions in the queue. We'll go to the first caller. caller. Your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, Susan, go ahead.
Okay. I apologize. I had a process question from before the beginning of this presentation when Isabel was talking. I think in terms of the red lines, and there's red lines here, red lines in the next proposal, it's really important for, as you go through to do the red lines, but also at the end of the process, when the proposal goes to the board, if there are changes that are made from the last proposal document, it's really important to have sort of a final document available. So if anybody needs to go back and reference that later, and rationale and sort of the whole complete proposal in one place, then they have a reference document for it. So it would be helpful not only as you move through it, but whatever the final proposal, the final is that goes to the board, if you could make sure there's a final proposal document for later reference, I think that would be really helpful in the future. Does that make sense?
Yes, thanks, Susan. That's a helpful suggestion. And when we do publish the final proposal, we'll make sure all the elements, once completed, are in one place for folks to go back and reference to. Thanks for that.
That would be great. And then I had a couple of questions about how to interpret these whisker plots. So would you mind going maybe to slide 10, just to understand what those diagrams are supposed to mean? Okay, so are these supposed to be, you've got some limits within the boxes, then you've got the sort of wider limits within the brackets, and then you've got these, what I guess you're referring to as outliers. So can you just go over what it is are there confidence intervals? What are these, the box limits, the brackets, and then these outliers? What are these things? Or how do you interpret these?
Yes, I can definitely do that. So, so the box is the bottom of the box is the 25th percentile. The line in the middle is the mean, and then, or the median, and then the top of the box is the 75th percentile, and then the whiskers are the range, and then the dots are the outliers. So what folks should really focus on more so is the box itself, and then that middle line in the box is the average. But box and whiskers, the advantage of this type of visualization is it kind of gives you a sense of sort of the range and the percentile distribution of the data. So you can see if the boxes are smaller, the data is more closely clustered around the mean. If they're larger boxes, it's more of a spread. And then the whiskers, again, show you the full range of the data. Okay, these are just a way to kind of visualize sort of the range of daily outage rates. But for sort of summary purposes, I would just focus on the line in the middle of the box as the mean, and then sort of the 50th percentile around that. So again, the bottom is the 25th, the top is the 75th. So you could choose sort of that,
Okay, and then the range versus the outliers, is the range like 95% of the values are in there, and then the outliers are defined as something outside of that, or how are those different?
Yes. So I'm trying to remember my stats TA explanation. So the statistical definition of an outlier is 1.5 times the interquartile range, which is the 75th through 25th percentile. So if the value is 1.5 times this max box, then it's an outlier.
Okay, so 1.5% times the 75th percentile?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yeah.
All right. Okay, and if it's anything less than 1.5% times the 75th percentile, then it goes inside the range where the whiskers are.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm thinking about that. Okay, and then I had more of less of a in the weeds question about your presentation on slide 14, and in general, in terms of what the ISO does versus what the CPUC does. Now, the CPUC does the qualifying capacity, and then you're looking at doing this deliverable QC, which is really now NQC, and then you're going to have this new NQC. So in order to set requirements based on UCAP or on the new NQC, do you does the ISO believe that the CPUC has to approve the new requirements on that basis, or is this something the ISO can implement without CPUC approval because it's beyond the QC? I mean, how are you guys thinking about that?
So ideally, we would like the CPUC to also adopt Ucat so that the upfront requirements are consistent across with the CAISO and the LRA. So we would like to avoid sort of a double, sort of two different ways to count capacity across the two institutions. And so in the Track 3B process of the CPUC, we have submitted the Ucat proposal for the CPUC to also adopt. And so we're working to get alignment across the two. So we haven't reached a point where any decision about if the CPUC doesn't adopt, what would we do? The goal is to continue to pursue alignment. And so we're, again, working very closely with the CPUC to get alignment across institutions because we want to avoid at all costs the sort of double requirements, because if you know, the CAISO sets our requirements in terms of UCAP, and then we can backstop to UCAP, but the CPUC for their jurisdictional LRAs have a different RA requirement in terms of the old MQC, you'll obviously get discrepancies, and so we want to avoid that to, again, continue with alignment and the upfront requirements being the same across the CPUC jurisdictional LLCs and what the CAISO's requirements are in terms of backstop.
Okay, but let me explore that just for a minute. So, I mean, the ISO could calculate a UCAP if it wants to, so there's nothing prevents you from calculating anything you want on your end. But in terms, are you saying that it is possible that the ISO could, I mean, right now the tariff defers to the LRAs, and I know you have a proposal to modify that for minimum requirements. But are you saying that it is possible that the ISO could adopt a UCAP framework even if the CPUC does not?
This is Carl. I think at this point in time, we're not considering such an option. We still have ample opportunity to maintain an alignment with the CPUC. So, you know, we can cross that bridge when we come to it. But right now, I think we just want to maintain the idea that we can achieve alignment, and that's our overall objective.
Okay, so you're not considering whether you might have something separate at this point because you're really hoping that you won't have to face that question.
That's right, Susan.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I had one more question. I know you have your slide 14. You've got this sub-bullet here about stakeholder concerns. There were a lot of stakeholder concerns on both sides of this, and in particular on retroactive revision of contracts through a side door by other stakeholders who were concerned about that. So could you address how it is you made the decision? Because the ISO was on the other side of this issue the last proposal. And so I'm wondering could you address your rationale for changing your mind on this and deciding to modify the NQC definition instead of keeping the NQC definition as it is and just going for UCAP?
Yeah, Susan, this is Carl again. So on this front, we wanted to maintain consistency with basically how we transitioned out and the incentives we provided to resource owners as the ultimate providers of the service. Where we had it last time, we felt like the terminology was perhaps a little more clear and didn't kind of cross up the multiple use of UCAP, but again, it put a burden back onto the load-serving entities as opposed to deal with and make up for contracts where resource owners maybe historically have not been performing up to snuff, as opposed to where we're at today, realizing that if we put this out there now, we give resource owners a couple of years of kind of a glide path into getting the resources performance up and giving them proper incentives over the next couple of years, such that when this becomes effective, the resource owners are more pulling their weight as far as their performance, as opposed to continuing to lag and leave that to the load-serving entities to bear that burden in isolation.
Okay. Now, you understand that most contracts for capacity are per megawatt of NQC, and there are also penalties for under availability in almost all of those PPAs. So there already are penalties in most of the contracts for unavailability and for forced outages. So this is sort of a double whammy just by redefining the term. Okay, but so you're not putting the burden on the LSEs, but you're instead putting the burden on the resource owners, and how is that more fair?
Again, the idea is if the focus moving forward into the future is performance and availability is the driving contributor to what, or one of the driving contributors to what establishes the resource's UCAP value or NQC value. We want to put that incentive on the resource owner to provide the best performance possible. And I think that's really the basis of what we've come to propose here.
Right. But you're assuming that there are not already plentiful incentives in the contracts for that, or you don't know.
To the extent that they're maximizing their performance under those contracts and those incentives, our expectation is that their UCAP. I'm sorry. Kim and I get the terms a little mixed up. But
that's going to be common.
In the NQC, we get that, and that was one of the things we wanted to avoid, but it seems unavoidable. But that NQC today and NQC tomorrow, if those incentives are working, they should converge. There should not be a significant impact to the capacity valuation for the resource in the sense that you have sufficient incentives to perform, as you've said, so you're not going to have significant forced outage rates to make up for.
Okay. Well, the incentive, even if you have a 2% forced outage rate, then you're going to basically reduce revenues to a supplier by 2% plus whatever penalties they've already got in the PPA. So, I mean, it is a significant impact when you consider both of those things. Anyway, we'll put more in the comments, but I think the ISO's change of policy here was very surprising to the other stakeholders who also have concerns on the other side. So anyway, I'll shut up now and let other people talk. Thanks.
No, it's a fair point, Susan. We appreciated that. In this instance, we're making omelets here, and so I think so we had thick which eggs were going to get broken. I think that there was inevitable pushback that was going to come from one side or the other on this one. And again, I've explained already the incentives we've tried to establish, but we do understand that, there are concerns from the side that you pointed out. So I do appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you.
And moving to the next caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trade Forum. I was wondering if with this proposal, I couldn't find it in the paper, if you were going to get rid of RAIN for flexible RA as well. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, Carrie, this is Carl. We've not explicitly addressed how we'll be treating flexible capacity to this point. I think the expectation, though, is that at the end of the day, we'll be looking to remove RAIN in its entirety.
By at the end of the day, do you mean with the addition of the future flexible RA proposal, or do you mean at the end of the day when you finish the UCAP proposal?
Oh, I'm sorry, fair point. When we get done with the new flexible proposal.
I see. Okay, so even when the UCAP system goes through, all the flexible RA resources will still have a RAIN obligation, similar to today.
No. Because let's again remember the implementation horizon on these will still align for the flexible as well as the UCAP, even if the approval dates that we're looking for board approval are different. The actual implementation will still be for the 2023 RA year, so we'll have all of that stuff going in place at the same time.
I see. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then next question, on the forced outages, when you're presenting this data, was this for the forced outages that are for resources that will have the new Ucat methodology, or is this for all forced outages?
This is from SPIRA, so it is only RA resources.
Only RA resources. Okay, that's helpful. And then when you were looking at the Ucat methodology in the paper, it showed the different resource types that would apply to. I'm wondering if you have a good feel for what percentage of the capacity will be subject to Ucat. Is it, if I try and kind of contain it in my mind, is it really only thermal resources?
I mean, we have Ucat methodologies for all resource types. Granted, things like non-dispatchable resources, the QC methodology already takes into account forced outages, so there won't necessarily be changes there. ELCC resources will continue to be ELCC, so I think the Ucat impact will mainly come from thermal storage, hybrids, and hydro resources. And then depending on how DR gets treated as either an ELCC resource or not, it will also have a UCAP, as well as imports will also have UCAP. So the majority of resources should have a UCAP value. How that gets determined will depend on the resource type. Again, where sort of the reduction in capacity values, it really also depends on how much of the overall fleet portfolio is made up by which resource type. So today, you know, a significant portion is still coming from thermal resources. So those UCAT values will be sort of driving the overall reduction in portfolio and the capacity values. But I would imagine that all resources will be affected by UCAP. But the goal is that this proposal will hopefully incentivize better maintenance practices such that we might see a reduction in forced outage rates in the future because there'll be more of a financial impact of not investing in proper maintenance practices.
Okay, so two follow-ups. So for hydro, I thought your hydro was still based on a historical and not the seasonal UCAP 20% proposal. Do I have that wrong? Are you going to go over that later? Sorry, I'm ahead of the game.
Yeah, so we will re-go over the hydro proposal as well as all the different resource types, probably either right before lunch or right after lunch. And we are looking at a longer history. Okay, yeah, so we'll cover it there for the.
Yeah, I don't. And then, okay, then the final follow-up, you just said that you expect UCAP will reduce forced outages, but I'm a little confused by that statement because when you guys published your August outage data, you know, Steve Bergerich made the statement that this is the lowest forced outages that, you know, the CAISO had seen in years, and they have been historically lower or due to things out of the generator's control. So I'm wondering why you expect UCAP will reduce forced outages. And I mean practically, because, you know, right now resources have pretty big market incentives to want to keep their resource maintained. I mean, even outside of the contractual incentives that Susan was talking about. So I'm wondering if your proposal hinges on this kind of idea that UCAP will somehow reduce forced outages, or whether that's just tangential to the proposal, or even whether you think it'll happen at all.
So I would characterize it more as we think it will help reduce forced outage rates, but what it really gets us is that upfront substitution for anything that does happen to go on outage. So again, what we've seen is the current mechanisms for forced outage substitutions are inadequate. So what UCAP, the bigger benefit we see from our perspective is that by incorporating the availability upfront, the capacity values, and requiring them to bid in at their DQC is that the portfolio of resources will always be sort of self-substituting without having to go out and procure replacement capacity in a very short time horizon with resources that probably aren't available or unwilling to offer substitutions. And so what UCAP really does is it provides more of a reliability benefit from the crisis perspective by the portfolio upfront offering substitutes for forced outages. So regardless of how the forced outage rates may or may not change in the future, UCAP will for sure give us the benefit of providing that upfront substitution that we aren't seeing today for a number of reasons.
So that is really helpful, but I would just like to nitpick your language a little bit, because it's not regardless of whether forced outage rates go up or down, you'll end up with self-substitution upfront or upfront substitution. Because if you have low forced outage rates and then a really high forced outage rate in a year, you won't fully upfront account for that difference in forced outage rates, because UCAP is a historical look back. So you could also theoretically think of the planning reserve margin as upfront substitution for forced outages, because a portion of that is in there. So in my mind, the only difference in what you're proposing is right now we have a planning reserve margin that guarantees a fixed level of upfront additional substitution for forced outages, and you're making it dynamic based on a historical look back. Would you agree with that?
So I guess I would say in response to that is one of the reasons why we're doing a multiple year look back with the idea that, yes, maybe 1 year the mean may be slightly off due to random variation in outages, but if we look longer back, we'll get a better picture of what the sort of average performance of these resources will be. And so, you know, if we're trying to kind of predict what the future forced outage rates will be, you know, statistical theory tells us that the expected value of a random continuous variable is the mean, which is what our UCAT methodology is derived on. And so I would say that with UCAP, you'll still get upfront substitutions, because there's no reason to believe that the mean will be so far afield from what we would expect forced outage rates to be in the future. So I guess my response would be that our sort of expectation of what forced outage rates will be in the future, the mean is a very reasonable estimation of what that will be. And so by setting the UCAP at sort of what the expected value of these outage rates would be, will provide adequate substitution. But I think they both could potentially be limited. So I think the argument applies both to increasing the PRM and then also with UCAP is that we can't know with complete certainty what the future forced outage rates will be, whereas this approach I think will get us closer to what the actual forced outage rates would be, rather than a sort of static approach that says it's 10%, well, we could be over procuring more often than not if we do see a downward trend in forced outage rates. And then if there's an upward trend, UCAP will capture that without us having to go through a whole other stakeholder process to increase or decrease the PRM. So I think in terms of future-proofing RA, I would argue that UCAP gets you further to a more accurate representation of the fleet's availability and providing substitutions than the alternative approach, which is the static PRM, which you may have to update more frequently and isn't as responsive to changing patterns in forced outage rates.
So I would
just really quickly.
Carl, before I lose my train of thought, I just thought that was such a careful explanation. I just want to say thank you, and that makes sense to me. And WPTF, if that is true,
WPTF would support this proposal. Just want to be really clear in our position because we've heard a couple different feedback from stakeholders on what WPTF keeps asking for, and all we're asking for is exactly what you articulated, the empirical data. Because when you say you believe, I would like to believe that too, and if that belief is empirically correct, I agree that it would be great to have a time-proof dynamic RA requirement. But I don't know that historical outages are a good measure of future forced outages and are better than a high static PRM. And all WPTF is asking for is some sort of data that demonstrates that. So I'm really glad, though, because I feel like we're on the same page, and the only difference and what we keep pushing back for is we would just like that to be demonstrated empirically. So thank you very much.
All right. I'm a little hesitant if we've got that much alignment to add on to this, but I guess at the end of the day, what the Ucat does is it at least, yes, there are going to be some anomalous years where we may still come up short, even with UCAP, need to rely on more close to real-time tools to get necessary capacity. But UCAP gives us the benefit of those being anomalous, where we capture most of the substitution needs up front through the requirements in the tool that account for the forced outages. So, I think that is one of the benefits that we do get out of this, is that we're no longer kind of waiting and hoping that a resource that goes on forced outage, every single one of them goes out and tries to get substitute capacity. We've already accounted for the vast majority of reasonably foreseeable or expected levels of forced outages by having this tool in place.
Yeah, thanks, Carl. And again, I agree, if it is anomalous, if the CAISO can demonstrate that, we are in alignment. The other small tweak, though, I would say, is that there's also a difference between forced outages and aggregate and ensuring that the CAISO has sufficient capacity going forward, and overly penalizing individual resources that don't have historical forced outage rates equal their future ones. So maybe on average, you get the capacity you need, but you don't create the individual correct incentives for resources. And I think that's where maybe some generators will have some issues, because they'll have one major forced outage, they'll do a major repair, and there's no way they're going to have a forced outage in the future, but they're going to be penalized in their contracts for that. And I think that gets back to the way you define NQC and BQC, and isn't really a detriment to the UCAP concept, but is more a consideration and kind of a balance you'll have to make, on your page 14 proposal. Thank you.
Okay, and moving on to the next caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hello, this is Kathleen Colbert from District Corporation. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great, thank you. I appreciate the dialogue. I think both what Susan and Carrie have brought up are really important points. I'm going to kind of return a little bit to what Susan was touching on about the alignment between the CPUC's capacity evaluation and how they're directing the resource adequacy requirement to go out and be procured to meet, versus what we're talking about here, is incredibly important. And I heard Carl, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought I heard you say that you are assuming that there will be alignment in this proposal. Did I hear that correctly?
We continue to work down that path. Again, it's not clear that it exists today, but again, the processes of PUC and the ISO continue on, and our goal is to achieve that alignment.
Okay, no, that's very helpful. I just wanted to bring it back up and confirm that. I want to also provide some feedback on that point for slide 14, that whether or not there is alignment is incredibly important to the element here on what your must-offer obligation is going to be assessed by. And I don't want to overemphasize, but I also don't want to just sweep it under the rug and not really highlight, because all the points that have been raised, I think on more like a higher level, are very important, but I have a practical consideration that I would like to bring forward to the CAISO. I think your concept that a must-offer obligation should be set at the deliverable QC in order to show, quote-unquote, upfront substitution, I think that makes sense, or at least is valid, under the assumption that there is not alignment at the CPUC, that the CPUC does not adopt an unforced capacity. And going forward, the CPUC directs the RA requirements for the LSEs to be procured for the QC without this non-availability factor. The reason that I think that is implicit here is because that is the only reason you would need to have new at the DQC versus the new NQC to quote-unquote show upfront substitution. If the CPUC does align their proposals to adopt an unforced capacity evaluation, then the resource adequacy requirements are going to be set based on including this non-availability factor, right? And so under that construct, the LSCs will have to go and procure, they'll have to contract for additional megawatts up front in the contract valued based on this new NQC as opposed to the DQC. Under that world, it's more appropriate, at least in my opinion, because that's what's been contracted, is that the NQC with the non-availability factor to have them move based on that new NQC, because additional contracts will have been signed to make up for the derated capacity. And then those resources with the additional contracts announced will also show them into the RA monthly showings, annual and monthly showings, right? If it's not aligned, then I can see why you're going down this path, because additional contracts wouldn't be necessary under the CPUC's directive. But I wanted to highlight this and kind of talk through the dynamics. I think it's incredibly important whether or not it's aligned to what is the right basis for the must-offer obligation into the CAISO's market. I mean, principally, I would strongly suggest the CAISO establish a MOU based on what is the contracted product under the CPUC's contract. And I think that you could achieve what you are proposing in the timeline that you're considering, March 2021, if the proposal for the MOU was more generic to establish it based to be in terms of what is the CPUC contracted obligation, either the DQC or the new NQC. If there is a strong desire to articulate specifically which one and not have it be tied to the CPUC's rules, I would like to ask the CAISO to consider moving this scope to the later phase. I believe it's your phase 2B, going back to the timeline. It looks like that is going to be brought a draft final proposal in June, which would be after the CPUC will have issued a proposed decision on its RA proceeding. Either option, a few things for you to think about and take back with the team. Either will better support alignment with these rules and just make it easier for resource suppliers to going forward.
So thanks, Kathleen. This is Carl. I think really quickly there seems to be an outlying question or an outstanding question about how the RA requirements get set under this new construct where you're taking into account the forced outage rates. We've talked about already. Right now our requirements are 1 to 2 forecasted peak, and then we got that squishy wiggle room in the PRM for the ISO meetings reserve requirements and forced outage rates and a little bit of forecast error, all kind of wedged into that 15%. When we go and look at setting that requirement under a UCAP based NQC, that requirement no longer needs to consider the forced outage rate because we've already contemplated that and how we value the capacity. So the must offer obligation works if and only if we get that offer obligation up to the DQC so that the probabilities work out such that when we do realize some of these forced outage rates, we've still got enough to meet that 1 and 2 forecasted peak plus some forecast error plus the reserve needs. So I know Bridget's going to get a little bit more into this in a little while, but I did want to address it at this opportunity, which is to say the offer obligations to make sure that the probabilities work out when the outages are realized require that the must offer obligation be set at the DQC. So, Bridget, do you have anything you'd like to add to that before we move to the next question? Just because I know that we'll get more into Kathleen's questions in a couple slides.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that at the end of the UCAP section, I have showings converted, or like estimated showings converted to the new NQC, and I think that better illustrates why the must offer needs to be at the DQC to provide this sort of self-substitution in the portfolio. And then I think later in the day when Carl gets into setting the system requirements, you'll kind of see again that where you set the requirements, that also sort of impacts where the must offer will be set. So I would say if we don't, get a good answer to your questions near the end of the day, feel free to call back in and we can discuss a little bit further. But I think as we get further into the presentation, I think it'll be a little clearer why we've set up the NQC, DQC this way, and why the must offer needs to be at the DQC in order to provide the self-substitution, which is true especially when the CPC also adopts a UCAP. So it works under both worlds.
I appreciate that, and I look forward to those examples and hearing them in more detail. I want to follow up with a couple things. One is that I'm happy to talk offline to save time and talk with the CAISO staff about this in more detail. But I did want to reiterate that there's a specific policy component that I'm raising. I completely understand that you're driving towards what you are identifying or believe to be a need, but there is a commercial reality that the must offer obligations are tied to what has been procured. So when you think about this, in the practice, if you say that you need the DQC, then it's not consistent to say a capacity will be valued by an NQC, because the capacity valued then, if you're saying you need the DQC, is the DQC. That is what it is. Whether you then derate it for purposes of a reliability assessment at the CAISO, you're still saying that what you want procured for an availability obligation is the deliverable qualifying capacity. And I just want to raise that that's what I'm hearing. I look forward to see the data, but if that's the case, let's be transparent that it's the DQC and there's just additional treatment in your later assessments that you'd like to make with a derated capacity. And that CPUC will need to continue to have LSCs procure to the DQC regardless of this proposal, if that is the availability requirement that you believe is needed to support reliability.
Appreciate that, Kathleen. I'm not sure that we agree. When we look at the other ISOs, they are used that do rely on UCAP. I mean, their offer obligations, once procured for capacity, are still going into the marketplace at the installed value. So I get the commercial realities. I understand that there are the concerns, particularly that exist with the transition from one paradigm to the other. But I think we'll wait until Bridget gets into her examples as to how this works out for the resources.
Thanks, Carl. I appreciate that. And we have experience all over the country, and so I'm again offering help if you'd like to talk offline. I will note that capacity supply obligations, at least in a couple of the markets that we participate in, definitely are based off of UCAP, the obligation itself. So we should talk about it in more detail. Thanks.
And moving on to the next caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, it's Mary Lynch with Constellation, and I think maybe in this dialogue my questions are going to get answered later, and if so, just that's fine. But I'm trying to get a handle on, if we look at NQC now, the available fleet of resources that we've been able to contract with up till now, and the aggregate of that, is it at least ballpark correct to think that the overall supply will go down by some 10%? The amount of RA that's available to be bought will go down under UCAP, but the overall requirement, by taking forced outages out of the PRM, the overall requirement will go down by somewhere between 4 and 6%, so that we have kind of a net reduction of 4% or so in the number of megawatts that will be available to buy to meet the RA requirement.
Mary, this is Carl. I expect that there's going to be some trade-off of the nature of what you speak. The exact magnitude of it, we're still trying to work through and build up some additional assessment on, trying to figure out, what the basically what the trade-off would be to meet a given reliability standard for what our RA needs would look like moving forward. But yes, I would expect there to be some sort of trade-off of that nature.
Okay, and are you going to be providing data on that of, sort of what the overall supply picture looks like, or the aggregate of the supply picture looks like as this process goes on? Is that data you're going to be presenting?
So later in the presentation, I have estimations based on sort of the best available data. Unfortunately, our OMS systems aren't configured to get the exact data that you would need to have an exact answer to that kind of question. And so what we've provided is sort of our best available estimation given the best available data we have access to. And so with implementation, obviously, there'll be a lot of upgrades to OMS to facilitate this. But later in the presentation, I try to provide estimations of what sort of the portfolio impact might be.
Okay, great. I look forward to seeing that. And then just last question, and I think it's to Kathleen's point. I haven't gone through the paper in detail. Are you doing any kind of comparison of what the Cal ISO is proposing for UCAP in comparison to what other ISOs do with UCAP and unforced capacity issues, to see if there are any, deltas there that need to be explained or better understood?
So in the presentation today, I will kind of explain where we diverge in the specifics of how we do our brand of UCAP, but the underlying principles in terms of wanting to identify the forced outage rates under conditions where the grid needed the resources, those are same across the ISOs, and some of the other rules. And so in the paper we do have sections where we sort of summarize what the practices are in other ISOs, RTOs, and then kind of explain how we, take the principles of that and then tweak it to work for the California ISO and our systems, and explain kind of why we went this direction versus just adopting something like an E4G methodology that the other ISOs do. So we do in the paper kind of go into that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on to the next caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Well, this is Jason Cox from EDF. I have a couple of questions. The first one, statement to start with. Almost all the markets I've been involved in that use unforced capacity in one way or another require the bidding of the installed, or in Kaizo's terminology, the deliverable amount behind that unforced capacity as a must-offer requirement. So, and I think that's how you ensure, as has been mentioned already, the upfront substitution. So that said, question of why, can Kaizo explain the thought process for treating local differently? On the last bullet on slide 14, And then are you considering multi-year averages for, for the forced outage rate, or what actual deliverability, or not deliverability, but what actual availability factor are you looking at if it's not E4D? Thank you.
So this is Carl. I'll answer the first part of the question first, which is our goal is actually to transition local into a similar context. We've tried to do that deeper down in the paper. We don't get into the details of it here, but we have put forward a proposal to try and transition the local requirements to this new UCAP and QC as well. And then, Bridget, I'll kick it back to you for the remainder of the question.
Yes, so we're using a supply cushion approach, which is something that the Alberta system does. And later in the presentation, I'll go into why we went this direction versus others. But in a nutshell, we're looking at a 3-year weighted averages of forced outage rates under the tightest RA supply cushion hours. So basically, we have a formula for how we identify when hours in which it was really critical that we had all the resources online, and then during those hours take or calculate all of the observed forced outage rates for these resources, do a 3-year weighted average, and then apply that to the local capacity. So later in the day, we'll go through the specifics of that, but one of the reasons we went this direction is that E4D requires the utilization of gas data, which currently only is required for resources above 20 megawatts. And so throughout our stakeholder process, we kind of opened it up to stakeholders whether or not we should use OMS data or gas data. There was more support for implementing it through our OMS system so that resources don't have to, that aren't used to using gas data, have to go through a whole other reporting process, or us to build up new systems to collect that data and utilize it. So this approach, again, is based on the same underlying logic of E4D, which is look at the forced outage rates under conditions when the unit was termed in demand, and then applying that moving forward. And so we have a 3-year outage. So again, later in the presentation, we'll go through all of the details around how we're going to calculate the availability of resources. And if you have questions as we get into that presentation, feel free to come back in the queue. And thanks for your feedback about how other ISOs set the move.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks.
Moving on to the next caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Noah Tong from SDG. Bridget, I was wondering if you could go back to the whiskers chart. I think it was on slide 10. So on the 2018, I was wondering if you could help me understand why, these values, let's say the August value of the forced outage rate, the average is, I think, somewhere hovering around 13%. How that's different than the rain report that was provided, that the ISO provided for August 2018 was 96% or nearly 97%. What causes that such a big difference?
I think the big difference between there is that this is this is from the SERA fuel type report, and it reports the daily forced outage rate. And what it does is it basically takes the worst hour of that day and reports it. So I think where you're seeing the discrepancy is that this average may not necessarily be between UCAP assessment hours. It could be at any point in the day, so it's sort of a daily average, whereas with the rain hours, there's more of an incentive to make sure you're available. So it could be different because resources may have been on an outage earlier in the day and then come back online for the rain assessment hours. So I think the difference here is driven by sort of when the hour might fall versus what's
captured in the rain report.
So this is, think of this as sort of like the worst point in the day.
And I think also one of the important things to note here is what's being reported here is forced outages, whereas the rain report, I think, is really focused on the non-exempt outages. So again, we look at, and what concerns us is forced outages, period. The idea of exempt from a penalty or not, it doesn't change the bind that the forced outage puts us in. So we've really just tried to capture the forced outages regardless of the nature of work associated with those. So that may be another driving factor of the difference between the two.
So are you then, Carl, are you saying that the difference of, let's say 3% of non-availability through the rain report versus nearly 13% in this forced outage data here, 10% is caused by the exempt outages or exempt resources?
We're trying to drill down a little bit deeper now into the OMS data with the nature of work tied to it, so that we can figure out what that delta is. But we are seeing a significant amount of the forced outages having exempt cards.
Will you be providing that data in the next iteration?
We'll provide whatever data we have to support our case as it comes available. So once we've got it, the answer is yes, Noah.
Right, but I'm trying to understand whether or not you're going to get it before the final, so that we can all understand what the causes of the issues are.
I understand, Noah, and we're digging as deep and as fast as we can. We appreciate the want and the need for more information. We'll try and provide as much as we can.
Okay, but you are digging into it, as you said.
Yes, that's amongst the other things that we're digging into.
Okay, and have you looked at the changes of the Ucat percentages due to the forced outages that you currently have with the data from SIRA and OMS, and comparing it to the new set of standards that you will apply to forced outages? Because the days to which you account for forced outages is changing from 7 days out to, I think, as much as 18 days out, right?
So I think an analysis like that is a little impossible because it's sort of be an arbitrary decision of whether or not we determine that this is a forced opportunity, urgent, planned, and so I don't know that an analysis like that is meaningful or would necessarily change the way that we would be approaching UCAP. So we haven't done that because in our minds it would be sort of having to make a lot of assumptions about the data and sort of arbitrarily deciding, is this outage submitted this day? Do we call that forced, planned, urgent, opportunity? And to do that at scale is sort of infeasible. So I don't know, and there's reasons because, again, we have to make a lot of assumptions about the data, and I don't know that it would change the underlying approach of UCAP.
Well, I mean, a simple sort of assumption is you can look at the date to which it was submitted and versus the date it was to start, right? And then assuming that they're going to be a forced or urgent, the idea or the question of whether or not it would be considered an opportunity outage, if it's unclear to you, it's probably very much unclear to all of us. And so then I would have even further questions of how do you make such determinations in the future that goes into the counting of the UCAP analysis.
So no, I think what Bridget was getting at really was, you know, in yesterday's world where we had the outage reporting guidelines, you know, anything after 8 days was considered forced. Anything before that, you know, whether it be 9 days or 30 days, didn't matter. It was the same planned outage. We would be making assumptions that, you know, you were trying to get around, you know, that all outage reports that came in after the short range window closes would have always been forced under this new definition and couldn't have been reported as planned, you know, coming in 19 days before, let's say, under your example. And so you are making some assumptions on that. And again, that data is what it is in large part because of the existing rules. If you change those rules, it's not clear you'd end up with the same result. And I think that's really what Bridget was trying to get at with her response.
Carl, I thought the RC handbook says specifically, you know, it lays out effectively the number of days because it counts certain outages, you know, whether it's past 1 week versus not past 1 week for the study window. And so I thought that was pretty clear. Am I reading that wrong?
I'd have to go look at that. No, it sounds like you're getting at the RC manual, and I don't think that was the focus of our thinking on this. So
I thought you were changing the outage. Yeah, sorry. I thought we were changing the outage, you know, forced outage criteria to match that of the RC.
Yeah, this is Lauren. So we're looking to align the study process between the CAISO and the RC study process, but anything that's submitted after the short-range study window could be submitted as, you know, either forced or urgent or opportunity based on the reasoning for the outage. And anything that's planned should be submitted within the short-range study window deadline.
Right, and thank you, Lauren. So that's why I was asking, you know, has the ISO thought about looking at the impact of such a change? You know, if the forced outage rates now are around 10%, and increasing the window to which we consider things as forced outages makes it, you know, 20%. Is it possible that you know, stakeholders should at least have some, in a sense, forewarning of such a bigger change?
I guess my response too would be that you'd have to make assumptions around whether or not that outage would have been submitted in the first place. So especially things that were submitted prior to that 8-day. So things that we determined planned this year, we would have to make assumptions around whether or not that should have been considered forced and whether or not that unit would have actually even submitted the outage if they thought it was going to be a forced outage. And so I think you also, the level of assumptions and decision-making you have to make is really problematic in the prior to the 8 days. So it'd really be, in my mind, how do you determine whether or not this planned outage that was submitted prior to that 8 days, but maybe before what the new RC study window would be, how do we make determinations on whether or not that's planned or actually would be forced under the new paradigm? Would that generator have made that decision to submit that outage? It really was a planned outage, and so I think that's where it really breaks down. And so I just don't think that would be a useful data exercise and or feasible at scale that it would tell you anything.
Bridget, I guess the implicit assumption that a generator knowingly would not submit a forced outage because it would be considered a forced outage, I think there's just problems with that in the first place, right?
Well, no, I think I'm more so talking about a planned outage. So if you can submit planned outages up until 8 days, in the new paradigm, you have to submit that sooner in time. And so that's where, looking retrospectively, that calculation we don't really have any clues into, because if it is a planned outage, you know, they have flexibility on when they could submit it. And so it's hard for us to know whether the outages we're seeing that are planned under today's paradigm, what of those are actually a forced outage or like what we would call forced or urgent under the new paradigm, and what is actually a planned outage that under the new rules they may have delayed it to be within the planned outage. So I agree that if it's really a forced outage, then when it is submitted wouldn't matter, because they have to take it, and it might be called urgent in the future or forced, depending on where it's submitted. But I think the planned outage piece that we would have to be assuming what percent is planned, actually planned of the new paradigm, what is actually forced, I just don't think we can make a reasonable enough assumption that would actually be reflective of what it would be under the new paradigm. So,
and Noah, this is Carl. I'd like to add on to that. I mean, I think the idea is that, you know, what we're proposing blindsides generators, or that we find it challenging to make some of these assumptions or presumptions about, you know, what some of these outages were or could or should have been, is not necessarily completely fair to the ISO. So, I mean, the generator, our goal is to provide methodology such that the generator could go out there and say, okay, now I know that if I have a similar type of outage or expectation of an outage, I should report it differently tomorrow so that I don't get hit with this. And so, you know, again, providing the market participants with the tools to help facilitate this type of analysis. I mean, to push it all back on us, I get it. We have access to a fair amount of the data, but we're trying to provide the information to allow others to perform similar types of assessments themselves.
I think it's, at least, you know, for a market participant, it's not possible to figure that out because we don't have the data for what hours are considered, you know, the top 20% versus not, and therefore trying to see how the outage that was submitted to the ISO, you know, impacts the forced outage rate. It seems like the ISO has the data, it has been running the data from Sierra and so forth. It would seem, you know, relevant to understand the impact of multiple changes that are proposed here in this initiative to not only assume that it's 10%, but also maybe potentially 15 to 20%.
Yeah, we did publish those hours, by the way.
Yeah, I just released it's on the day one. There's a Excel worksheet that gives all hours of April 2018 through October 2020, and I give you the size of the supply cushion, and then indicate when it falls in the top 20%. It'd be really easy to identify 10, 5 other percentages. So we did publish what the Ucat assessment hours would have been for the last 3 years. And so folks can go and calculate what their resources Ucat values would be for that time period. So we did put that out for stakeholders.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Can you double check the link that's posted on the website? I can't seem to be able to actually download the file. Thanks.
I did it yesterday, and feel free to email me, and I can give you the spreadsheet if you can't get it from the website. But I checked it the other day, and it worked. So, but if you're having problems, email me, and I'm happy to share it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. So we are running short on time, and we have a lot of material to get through. So I think we're going to move on to Lauren's part of the presentation. And for those folks that are still in the question queue on the phones, please submit your questions in the chat window, and I can work on answering those while Lauren is presenting.
Okay, thanks, Bridget. Good morning, everyone. Today I'm going to get into next the outage definitions for the Ucat proposal. A lot of these slides are review from the workshop that we had last time, so I think what I'll do is try to go over these pretty quickly since we are running a little bit behind on time, and just kind of go over the main points and what is new. So digging into it, the CAISO BA and RC West outage processes are designed to work in tandem, but as we alluded to with the earlier question, the outage definitions are different under these processes today, and a goal of this RA enhancements proposal is to align those. So in the CAISO BA, generators and participating transmission owners submit outages to the CAISO, and then following that under the RC West process, BAs and transmission owners submit those outages to the RC. We include both long and mid-range study windows as well as the short-range study window process for planned outages. And after the short-range study window process ends, there's a real-time process for the other outage types. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So the purpose of this proposal is to align the CAISO BA outage definitions with existing RC outage definitions, as well as classify those outage types for the purposes of the Ucat calculation, and maintain existing timelines for the CAISO BA process and the RC outage process to the extent possible as we align those definitions. So let's go ahead and move to the next slide, please. The slides include some examples and descriptions of the different study windows, including the long and mid-range study windows. Those processes are optional. And then the short-range study window, which is mandatory if a resource wants to submit a planned outage. I'm going to go ahead and skip through these since these are review. I think folks have seen these before, and we went over them in detail last time. So if we could, Isabella, skip to slide 25. So basically this is the real-time study window, how it exists today and how it will change under the proposed process. So today, as mentioned when we were discussing the previous question, outages submitted after the short-range study window are either planned if it's submitted before T-7 or forced if it's submitted after. Planned outages that fall between the short-range window and T-7 are currently studied as opportunity outages in the RC study process due to the misalignment of the definitions between the CAISO BA and the RC study process. And then anything submitted T-7 or after is submitted as forced, and those are submitted when the resource has an increased risk of breaking or if the outage occurs in real time. Today, under the RC process, opportunity, urgent, and forced outages can be used after the short-range study window closes. Next slide, please. So that's how the process works today under the two different definitions between CAISO BA and RC. Under our proposed process, if outages are not submitted as planned, i.e. before the short-range study window ends, outages should be submitted as opportunity, urgent, or forced based on what the RC definitions are. So we also want to mention that opportunity and urgent outages shouldn't be abused to avoid submitting outages in the planned outage time frame. CAISO has discretion over whether an opportunity outage is studied and approved, and planned outages will be prioritized over opportunity outages. And then because urgent outages have the same high priority as forced outages, they will be subject to the Ucat calculation if it's during one of the 20% tightest supply cushion hours. So we'll go into a little bit more of what these definitions mean and our rationale behind this in the next couple of slides. So next slide, please. Next, we'll go into the different outage definitions and how they'll affect Ucat. The CAISO proposes, as I mentioned, to align the BA outage definitions with the existing RC outage definitions. I have these definitions listed here and on the slides that follow. So a forced outage is when a facility or equipment is removed from service in real time with limited or no notice. And an urgent outage is when a facility or equipment is known to be operable yet carries an increased risk of a forced outage occurring. So the facility remains in service until system conditions allow the outage to occur at an optimal time for overall system reliability. But they are considered a high priority outage because the work may or may not be able to wait until the planned short range study window. And fourth, and urgent outages must submit justification of the urgency in the outage submission. So really, an urgent outage is an outage that isn't going out in real time, but it carries an increased risk of forced outage. So it really has to be taken in order to avoid a forced outage that could be more significant or for longer duration. So next slide, please. A planned outage is an outage where it's submitted with enough advance notice to meet the short-range submittal requirements, and an opportunity outage is an outage that's taken after the short-range study window, but it can be taken due to a change in system conditions, weather, or availability of field personnel to do sort of quick maintenance that's allowed when system conditions permit. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Operational outages and informational outages are additional outage types that are listed in the RC procedure. We include them here for full alignment, but they don't impact the output of a generator, so they wouldn't be included in the Ucat calculation or anything like that, but we're including them here just to make sure there's full alignment. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. So here we have the list of outages and their priorities as well as the Ucat impacts. So forced and urgent outages have the highest priority, followed by planned outages, and then finally opportunity outages. Forced and urgent outages will be considered in the Ucat calculation. Planned and opportunity outages will not. And resources will submit the outage type, what type of outage it is, whether planned, forced, urgent, or opportunity. And they'll also submit the nature of work category like they do today. Let's move on to the next slide, please. Several stakeholders submitted comments on the definition of urgent outages. They were either requesting additional clarity or also some questions regarding why we're choosing to count urgent outages towards the Ucat. So just to provide some additional clarity on urgent outages, these are outages that have the same priority as a forced outage, but unlike a forced outage where the facility is not in service in real time or goes out with limited notice, for urgent outages, the facility is still operable at the time of outage submission. However, if the urgent outage is not taken, a forced outage is imminent. And so as such, it can't be treated as a planned outage or an opportunity outage that has lower priority and for planned outages, additional time requirements where they would need to wait and that's potentially not feasible with an urgent outage. So urgent outages are prioritized the same as a forced outage, and this is to avoid potentially more significant or a longer forced outage if the urgent outage is not taken. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide, please. Other stakeholder suggestions were that urgent outages should not be considered in the UCAP calculation or should be weighted differently than forced outages in the calculation. We are not going to adopt this suggestion because we think that UCAP should incentivize resources to properly plan maintenance within the CAISO's planned outage and opportunity outage processes to ensure that resources don't wait until outages are imminent or already happening. Okay, let's go ahead and move to the next slide, please. Okay, I'm going to go over 2 more slides and then I'll go ahead and pause for questions. So in previous versions of the proposal, the CAISO proposed very limited exemptions, pretty much only force majeure events that have a large impact on the resource's UCAP value to not be included in the UCAP calculation. But we've modified this proposal to ensure that we're incentivizing resource maintenance and availability and providing clear exemption criteria. So following feedback from stakeholders, the CAISO will exclude outages in the UCAP calculation if they are caused by an outage on transmission equipment or associated facilities that are part of the CAISO-controlled grid. And this is the system of transmission lines and associated facilities of the PTOs that have been placed under CAISO's operational control. So if the outage is on these transmission equipment, it won't be included in the UCAP calculation. But if the resource is unavailable due to an outage on equipment that is not part of the CAISO-controlled grid, those outages will be included in the UCAP calculation. Okay, let's move on to the next slide, please. In addition to transmission-induced outages, we've identified a few existing nature of work categories that we are planning not to include in the UCAP calculation. As you'll see, most outages that we have for the existing nature of work categories will impact UCAP. However, for new generator test energy, we're not planning to include those, as well as transmission-induced outages, like I already mentioned, technical limitations not in the market model, and unit testing if it is CAISO-initiated. We'll also not include opportunity outages in the UCAP calculation, as I mentioned before, but this will be a separate outage type, its own separate outage type under the RC definition. Okay, let's go ahead and pause here for questions, and then I'll turn it back over to Bridget to go over the seasonal availability factor proposal.
As a reminder, you can enter the question queue by pressing #2 on your telephone keypad. Janelle, do you have any questions in the queue?
Yes, we do have a few questions in the queue. We'll go to the first caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Wei Zhou from SCE. I was actually tutored earlier this morning, but probably not on this section, but I will ask if I can. So I think the earlier discussion about the coordination between the CAISO and the local regulatory agencies, I think, Carl, you kind of touched on the issue. I think it's helpful. So thank you for that. But I think just want to ask, I think there are various, pieces of the proposal, UCAP, import RA, PRM, etc. So it'll be helpful if, throughout the presentation, if we can, provide the more details about what's the plan for the coordination on each of these different aspects or pieces of the proposal? Because I got an impression by reading the proposal, and I think in multiple places it says those are minimum requirements and kind of indicate the Kaiser would include them in the tariff, but it's still not clear, what the plan is, depending on, how or whether local regulatory agency will or will not adopt those. So maybe, by each piece of the, the proposal that clarity is provided would be helpful for us to better understand the proposal. So.
Thanks, Wei. Yeah, that's a helpful suggestion, and we can try to provide more details on that as we go through the proposal today. And if it's not clear, hopefully as we go through, it will become more clear.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to the next caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead. And just want to make sure your personal device isn't on mute.
Hey, hello. Hi.
Yes.
Oh, this is Mohan Nirala with CDWR, and I had a question on slide number 14, and some of the questions I was chatting here, and so my first question was the zone capacity based on DQC or NQC, new NQC, because most of our obligation will be in terms of DQC. So to align what is offered with what is shown as capacity and most of our obligation, currently they match together. For example, whatever megawatt is shown in the plan is subject to most of our obligation. So under the new proposal, since zone capacity will be based on NQC, but most of our obligation will be based on DQC. So how does a supplier know what its zone DQC is unless both numbers are in the plan?
So Mohan, this is Carl. I think the simple answer is that the resource owner will know their forced outage rate. We can provide that to them so that they can do the translation as well as we can, which is to say, you've got a 100 megawatt resource, and it posts up as 80 megawatts of NQC after forced outages. You'll know that, basically that if you sell 80 megawatts of NQC, that your MOO is for the 100. If you sell 50 or 40 megawatts of NQC, you'll know that your must-offer obligation is for 50 megawatts. So you'll be able to know the scale based on the AQC relative to the NQC value.
Yes, so the resource that is providing partial RA will have different, DQC based on. So the number can change month to month. And unless there is a number that is reflected in the plan, for example, let's say 50 megawatts on January and 60 megawatts on February, the different DQC values for the
So keep in mind, Mohan, we have proposed that the forced outage rates be calculated seasonally. So even if the DQC for resources changes monthly, which it can, the outage rate that will be applied to that will be the same for the season. So you won't have to recalculate that. So if you go from a DQC of 50 to a DQC of 60 between January and February, when you apply that forced outage rate, it'll still be the same one from January to February, and your proportions for offer obligations will be reflected in that. So you may go from 50 megawatts of NQC in January to 52 in February because of the change in DQC. But again, the scalar that you'll be using to determine your must offer obligation will be the same across the entire season.
So that particular resource will have its own factor, right, to determine what is taken. And the resource owner knows that, or CAISO calculates that?
Both. We'll calculate that as part of our processes, and the resource owner, again, will know that.
Okay. I mean, if this is reflected in the submitted plan, that would, show exact number for the month. That's what I was thinking about. And the second question.
The goal here, let me just really quick, Mohan. The goal here is actually to keep it as simple as possible so that you don't have to, in your showing, try and reflect both, that we have that calculation. It's done. You can submit the NQC to the ISO as the showing. That's understood both by us and by the resource owner. What the offer obligation is based on the forced outage rate and what is shown for RI.
Yeah, but it can be a different number as RA showing can change month to month, so a calculation will have to be done on a monthly basis. So that's one part. And the second part is, so the existing contracts that are based on NQC today is going forward with the new RA enhancement. The contract will be converted to DQC, right? Contract megawatt or equivalent to the new terms DQC.
So again, that's a question to be, I think, worked out between the parties to the contract. I think this was part of the commercial questions and concerns that were raised earlier in the day, which is, we're maintaining the term NQC, or at least that's what is proposed moving forward. And so how that specifically gets hammered out between parties, I think, we're kind of taking a step back on that. We're not trying to weasel our way out of it. We just recognize that, any transition is going to create some complexity in terms of these contractual agreements.
Yeah, based on this, probably there has to be some relief in the existing contract. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mohan.
All right.
I'm moving on to the next caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Good morning. This is Alice Svoboda. Can you hear me? PG&E?
Yes.
Yeah, we got John.
This is just a small question on what was the most recent portion of the presentation. Have you considered, so batteries can put in a reduction on energy as well as capacity in submitting an outage into OMS. In fact, they could reduce their energy without reducing their charge or discharge capability. Would that have any effect in your mind, or should that have any effect in your mind on the UCAT calculation?
Are you referring to like the state of charge parameters, or I'm sorry?
That's right. That's right.
Oh,
That's right.
Yeah.
You can, for example, you could cut your available energy in half without in terms of the model in the market. Now, I don't know how this extends to actual batteries. Obviously, if you're only providing partial RA, it could be an issue where you have half the energy that you were expected to have, and yet you've got no D rate on your charge or discharge.
Okay, yes, that's helpful. Thank you. So we did consider whether we should include how resources use state of charge in the UCAP calculation. We did move away from that proposal where we won't be considering state of charge in the UCAP calculation. However, we do have other proposals within the must offer obligation section that we'll talk about later as well as the minimum charge requirement that we think should help ensure that the RA capacity is fully offered into the day-ahead market and then available for whatever schedules that they have coming out of that.
Okay, I looked at that material. Maybe we can discuss it more tomorrow. Just was wondering whether you. So appreciate you just answering the question. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you.
Moving on to the next question. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. A couple of questions. First of all, I wanted to second LADWP's question about PCDF. We've asked about this several times, and you are going to have some PCDF resources, particularly with their recent storage additions and deliverability transfers. And it would be a good idea to think about and to maybe include in the next version how PCDF, how all of this must offer obligations and all these other things are applied PCDF resources. I know there haven't been too many before now, but I think you're going to see more of that, and it would be a good idea to give some thought to that and include that next time around, maybe. So anyway, let me ask a couple of oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say thanks for that. We'll look into that for the next version.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to get, I think maybe there might have been a misunderstanding about the clarifications that people were requesting for the urgent outages. I thought we clarified it on the last discussion, but now I'm wondering after listening to this discussion whether we did. I thought where we ended up on this urgent outage issue is if the urgent outage is taken, and then that would be counted against Ucat. But if the urgent outage, if somehow the generator is able to hold on and doesn't take the outage, that would, even though they had requested an urgent outage, that would not be counted against Ucat. Is that still right, or did I misunderstand that?
That's still correct. Any outage, if it's submitted and then canceled for any reason and they don't take the outage, it wouldn't be included in the Ucat. It's only outages that are taken that would be included.
Okay, so if you could clarify that in the next time around, that would be helpful. And then the last question I had was on slide 35, where I think you're kind of moving in the right direction on the, if there's a resource or an outage of an element on the ISO control grid that causes the generator to be out, that wouldn't be counted. But it does seem sort of along the same lines that if a resource is connected at the distribution level and there's an outage at that level, I understand, the whole import question where if they don't have firm capacity, I know you may talk about this later, that this will count against them as well. But if, when you connect to a distribution line, that's usually considered to be quote unquote firm capacity also. And so I'm wondering why are you excluding distribution lines from this kind of exemption?
Yes, I think under this definition, we would only be exempting outages that are caused by outages on transmission equipment that's under the CAISO control grid.
Well, how is that equitable, any more equitable than, it's also not the fault of the generator if there's a problem on the distribution system. And so why it makes sense to just because a line is classified as this way or that way, should govern whether they should have an outage count, that they can't control counted against them. There's nothing they can do to improve reliability or anything else on the distribution system. It is what it is.
Yeah, I think but where...
Go ahead, Lauren.
Oh, I was just going to say, where we're coming from is that the ISO, don't have control over distribution outages. What we do have control over is the transmission equipment and facilities that are part of the CAISO controlled grid. That's just what I wanted to say. Carl, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, that's basically where I was going, Lauren, which is, from a transmission standpoint, we understand that if there's something happening at our level, that decisions have been made at the transmission level, we can control and own that. But if we're relying on a resource to get through from the distribution system and the distribution system's not reliable generally, we just don't have that control and visibility into those resources, and so we can't provide similar assurances of like, well, that's on us.
Well, you have visibility because you have visibility to all the resources if they're providing telemetry, for example. But how did you expect to, just because it's not under your control doesn't mean it's under their control, so how would you expect them to get this, any incentive whatsoever? And we're not talking about, maybe distribution generally. This is a forced outage situation. So how would you expect them to be able to control that? And I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't interrupt.
I was just, you're talking about, assuming they have telemetry, but these are distribution level resources that fall well under the telemetry size requirements for the ISO. So I don't think we're expecting or holding our breath that all of those resources are going to have telemetry.
Well, maybe not all of them, but certainly your large one. I mean, you can be at the 115 kV level connected in the SDE area, for example, and still be distribution. So I'm wondering how you expect them to be able to respond to this incentive for reliability. If they can't control the control they have over distribution is exactly the same control as generators have over transmission, which is none. So how is it fair that they should be on the hook for that?
Susan, one of the challenges, this is John Gooden. Hang on, Carl. One of the challenges is that we have no visibility or authority or jurisdiction over distribution. So if they submit an outage, does the ISO then have to go back to the distribution company every time and validate that, in fact, that was a true outage? It's just not, it's not really feasible from the ISO perspective. I get your perspective, but it's not a system that we control in any way or have visibility to.
Okay, so because you would have to actually check it, that it's too hard to check it, and so therefore it's going to count against them?
I mean, how would we? If they listen out to us because distribution, how do we know that? Would we have to now have a new audit procedure and everything?
Well, I don't have an audit, but you absolutely have to have communications with distribution providers. It's not like you never talk to those people or have any communication or control with them. Or
not like that.
Any source that you can call and say, gee, is that really an outage? And they say, yeah, and so there you go.
We really don't, Susan. We have relationships with the transmission operator, not the distribution. I mean, obviously we can talk to distribution operators, but we don't have a day-to-day relationship with them.
Okay, so if an import comes in on firm capacity and they have a transmission-related outage, you're going to go ahead and that doesn't count against Ucat for them, even though they're not on the ISO control grid, or that outage wouldn't be on the ISO control grid. But if it's distribution, then it would count against them.
Yeah, again, it's on the transmission system. We have relationships with the other BAAs as transmission operators. We don't have this with the distribution. I'm not saying that we couldn't consider this in the future, but right now, in the final proposal, this will not be something that we're going to consider at this point.
Okay, and there's no way before 2023 that you could actually have a way to communicate that?
Not at this point.
Okay, well, we'll put in some comments on it. Thanks, that's all I had.
Thanks, Susan. Do we have any more questions in the queue?
Yes, 2 more questions.
Okay, let's go ahead and take those, and then we will break for lunch.
Okay, moving on to the next caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi there. This is Rayanne Quadro with EDF Renewables, on behalf of EDF Renewables today, I should say. My questions were specific to the generator outages. In previous proposals, I understood that the force majeure was going to be caveated by frequency or duration. I just want to confirm that that's no longer the case.
That's correct.
Okay, and then I also wanted to sort of express some initial support for Susan's line of thinking on the WDAT connected generators. It doesn't make sense to me initially from an interconnection perspective that there wouldn't at least be some sort of procedure that would allow for those exceptions to be created in the event that the generator could manage to make that communication connection between the CAISO and the distribution provider for those outages. They're in no more control of those transmission outages at the distribution level than they would be if they were transmission connected. But I won't prolong the conversation.
Yeah,
we'll
thanks,
provide
Leanne.
some more.
Yeah, we get it. Thank
in
you.
my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and take the last question, please.
Okay. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Noah Tong from SDG. I just had a question following up on Susan's line of questioning. Do you know, can you guys tell whether or not the generator outages that are caused by distribution system outages submitted by the generator or submitted by the distribution system operator?
By the SC.
Okay, thanks. And then I have another question on, Lauren, could you go back to the list of impacts of the outages to Ucat? Slide. Yeah. Can you talk through why the ISO has elected to make the use limited reached nature of work applicable to Ucat when those nature of works were not applicable for rain, or at least not for substitutions required?
Sure, yeah. So I think we elected to include the use limit reached outage cards under Ucat because it does give us information into how the resource is available to the ISO to provide energy. We think that since there are the opportunity cost adders for use limited resources, they can manage their use over the month or the short term, the monthly, and the annual time frame. However, if they do reach those use limits, we think it does make sense to include those in the UCAP calculation because the unit isn't available to the ISO. So we think in order to gauge their availability, it is prudent to include those in the UCAP calculation.
Okay, thanks. I'll have to go back to, maybe it was like CCE3 or something, to figure out the rain exemptions for those. But I thought it had to do with, the opportunity cost adders were not sort of at the fault of the SC if such a resource were to run out of their use limitations, and therefore those should not impact rain. And I would assume that, or think that they would not impact the UCAT because it's outside in a sense outside the control of the SC as well.
Yeah, I think that does sound like it could be, potential justification for why they weren't included in RAIN, but I think, as we're getting more use limited resources, it's important to ensure that, they are available to us when we need them, and if they do have, limited use such that they're reaching their use limitations, it's important for us to understand that as well. And so that's why we're proposing to include them in the UCAP calculation going forward.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Okay. So I think that was our last question that we have in the queue. Let's go ahead and break for lunch, and then we'll pick it back up with the seasonal availability factors.
All right. Thanks, Lauren and Bridget. We'll meet back at 1 o'clock, and we'll pick it up with the seasonal availability factors.
Good afternoon. This is Keone Almeida from Stakeholder Affairs. I'm going to be covering for Isabella for an hour here. And welcome to the Resource Adequacy Enhancements Stakeholder Initiative. We're going to continue on with the unforced capacity evaluation with Bridget Sparks and Lauren Carr. Thanks, and Bridget, take it away.
Thanks, Keone. Bridget, if you don't mind, this is Lauren. I'll just make a couple remarks before we get going. We are running a little bit behind time. We had a lot of good discussion this morning on Ucat. We're going to continue that discussion now, and we may go a little bit over time from what's posted on the slide deck as our agenda for today. But I think that's okay. We can spend a good amount of time finishing up Ucat, and then we'll get into the minimum system RA requirements. We're thinking we may be able to make up some time there because a lot of it hasn't changed from what was presented at the MSB last month. And then we'll wrap it up with must-offer obligations at the end of the day. So that's kind of our agenda for the rest of the afternoon today. I'll go ahead and hand it off to Bridget.
Thanks, Lauren. Good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully you had a nutritious lunch as we continue on with our Ucat methodology proposal. So here I'll outline how we actually get to individual resources Ucat values. So the CAISO is continuing to propose a seasonal average availability factor methodology to determine Ucat values. And so what we're proposing is to utilize the seasonal availability approach for Ucat determinations during the tightest system conditions by looking at the hourly supply cushion. Resource availability factors will incorporate historic forced and urgent outages and D rates to determine the resource's expected future availability and their contribution to reliability. And so we have a basic Ucat methodology that will be utilized for thermal and storage resources. But then we recognize that this baseline methodology will not be appropriate for all resource types. And so in the next section, we provide details on augmented methodologies to determine other resource types' average availability. Next slide. So we are proposing to calculate resource availability by looking at the tight RA supply cushion hours. And so what we've observed is that there is a sort of seasonal difference in both the RA supply cushion and in resource outage rates. And so we want to better reflect these differences across season and differences that may drive unit availability. So for instance, we know that thermal generation tends to have a harder time producing their full output under heat conditions versus different water availability in different seasons. So there's a lot of reasons why unit performance might vary across season, and so we want to capture that in the Ucat values. And so in order to determine when the resource was in demand or we would expect to rely on it under stress conditions, we're proposing to calculate and look at the hourly RA supply cushion. And so if this hourly RA supply cushion is a low number, then that indicates that the system has fewer resources available to react to any unexpected outages or load increases, and thus indicates a high real-time system resource adequacy risk. And so we want to capture first outage rates under these more stressed conditions because we want to know sort of in the future if we're under similar conditions, was this resource available historically or not, and can we expect to rely on it in the future? And so stakeholder comments have generally supported the seasonal approach, but there has been some questions around only looking at the RA fleet to determine the hourly supply cushion versus looking at either committed capacity or all available resources. But the reason that the CAISO continues to propose that we only look at RA resources is because we want to capture how tight the system would be if we only had the RA fleet to rely on. And so we don't think it's wise to make any assumptions about economic energy being available under these conditions or in the future, because as many folks are aware, there's tightening conditions across the West. And so this may no longer be a viable assumption as more and more of the West moves towards renewables, and sort of the dispatchable generation decreases over time, and so there may not be as much excess energy out there to capture through economic energy, and so we think it's prudent design to sort of only look at, if we only had the RA fleet to rely on, when would we be at risk of not having enough capacity to meet demand and contingency reserve. So that's sort of the underlying logic for why we're only looking at RA resources. Next slide. So we're proposing to look at a subset of these tight RA supply cushions. And so in order to first calculate what the RA supply cushion is, we've come up with this formula, which is the daily shown RA, excluding wind and solars, and then subtract out the planned, opportunity, urgent, and forced outages, net load, and contingency reserves. So basically what the RA supply cushion represents is how much shown RA is left over after we take into account outages, serving net demand, and covering contingency reserves, which we define as regulation up, spinning, and non-spinning reserves. So the reason we're excluding wind and solar from this equation is that we know that their capacity values are much lower than their actual energy output, and so by netting those out and then also only looking at net loads, we can better capture sort of the dispatchable RA supply cushion rather than including wind and solar, which again may not be, their capacity values again don't quite represent their full energy contribution, so that's why we've excluded them from this calculation. Next slide. And so we've continued to propose a seasonal approach of 2 seasons of an off-peak and an on-peak month. And so initially we proposed to define the peak months as May through September and off-peak months as October through April to align with the CPUC's definition of summer months. However, in a recent decision, they've redefined October as a summer month for their compliance penalty purposes. And then also our operations folks have continued to observe high net loads and temperatures into October, and also suggested that we redefine October as a peak month for the purposes of Ucat. And then when we look at the monthly hourly RA supply cushion distribution, this also supports reclassifying October as a peak month, and stakeholder comments in the September working group also supported this redefinition, and so now we are proposing to calculate the seasonal Ucat values for the peak months of May through October and the off-peak months of November through April. So if you go to the next slide, again, this provides the monthly distribution of the RA supply cushion for the 12 months. And as you can see, the light blue was our peak months, and then the moderate blue of October definitely looks more like the distribution of our on-peak months than it does the off-peak months. So again, the data further support this breakdown of peak and off-peak periods. Next slide. So this slide shows the percentile distribution of the RA supply cushion in megawatts for the 5 available seasonal periods. So we have peak months and off-peak months for 2018 through 2020 summer. And so, again, this provides sort of the percentile breakdown. And as you can see, there's definitely differences across the peak and off-peak months in terms of the size of the supply cushion. This is mainly driven by the higher overall requirements of peak months, and so we're already starting off with a larger supply of shown RA, and then subtracting that out. The off-peak months are starting with a lower pool of resources, so your hourly supply cushions are automatically going to be lower as a result of that. And then we also provided more gradation in the percentile distributions than we had in other iterations. So if you go to the next slide, I provide a sort of graphical representation of the percentile distribution of the RA supply cushion, just to kind of get a better sense of some of the patterns. So in stakeholder comments, folks have asked if there was some sort of natural inflection point to determine what % of hours or pool of hours we should look at to calculate Ucat values. As you can see from this chart, which is the 1 through the 50th percentile, there's no kind of real clear inflection point. And, you know, you definitely would want to do more than 1% of hours, because that would only be a handful. And so there's no sort of like clear point in the data that would lead one to pick one percentile distribution over the other. And so what we think of as reasonable is the 20th percentile. And so in the next couple set of slides, I'll kind of lay out why we think that is appropriate. So if we go to the next slide. So again, the CAISO is continuing to propose that we look at outages during the top 20% of tightest RA supply cushion hours. So our logic behind selecting this threshold is that today we currently assess 5 rain hours per day, which if we include weekends and holidays, translates to roughly 20% of all hours. And so if we use rain as a basis, you know, we're proposing to look at the same number of hours per day as we do under rain today to calculate Ucat. And so the advantages of this approach are that it, you know, penalizes resources for being on a forced outage when the grid really needed them, when we were under these, you know, tight RA supply cushion hours. The difference between this approach and what we do with rain today, which publishes the assessment hours up front, is that under selecting, you know, the top 20% of hours, these hours can fall at any point in the operating day. And so resources will be incentivized to be available 24/7 versus today with rain, since they know they have to be available between hours ending 17 and 21. They can kind of you know, change their behavior on when they take a forced outage to sort of avoid these hours. And so this proposal basically increases our incentive to be available 24/7 and only penalizes them when the grid really needed them. Additionally, this is simpler than E4D methodology, and it allows us to utilize OMS rather than GADS data, which the majority of stakeholder comments have supported, and weighting all hours. So rather than looking at all hours and maybe weighting some portion of them, we can do something similar by just taking a sample of the tightest hours and measuring the forced outage rates. And then we allow, you know, if a resource trips offline and there's 30,000 megawatts of excess supply, that's less impactful than an hour when we were had a negative supply cushion and we needed every megawatt we could get. And so this methodology will pick up sort of the differences in those different conditions and capture the forced outage rates when the grid is really stressed. By looking at a percentage of hours, we provide consistency in the evaluation periods, and then we also provide more predictability in the risk that any one outage will be to resources capacity value. So in past iterations, folks have, you know, suggested selecting a sort of megawatt threshold and only look at hours that fall below that threshold. However, looking back at data, if we did something like any time it fell below the current 15% planning reserve margin, we found that we could capture anywhere from 50 hours in 1 year to 250 hours in another year. And so the risk that any one outage has to resources capacity value is even more unknown because we don't even know how many hours we'll be looking at. Whereas with this methodology, we have a set number of hours that we'll be looking at year over year. And so researchers kind of know that you know, if I happen to be on an outage during the UCAP assessment hour, that's, you know, potentially this much % reduction in my UCAP value moving forward. So again, it provides some known risk around how much an outage could potentially impact the resource's capacity value, which would be unknown under alternative methodologies. And then, as you'll see in subsequent data, this 20% sample provides observations on a majority of days and covers, you know, a sufficiently large sample size that we think that this will lead to, you know, a more reflective mean of what the resource's performance would be. Next slide. So while majority of stakeholder comments have generally supported looking at the 20% of highest RA supply cushion hours, folks have also suggested looking at the top 10% of highest RA supply cushion hours. CISA most recently suggested the top 15% of highest RA supply cushion hours. And so in the next slide, I provide sort of a breakdown of how these three different sampling frameworks would lead sort of the trade-off between these different sampling frames we might use to help folks kind of compare. And so in the appendix slides, I have sort of the full data on these sort of three different sampling frames, but here I just wanted to provide some of the sort of high-level summary differences across these three different approaches we might consider, just so folks can kind of better compare. So looking at the number of UCAP assessment hours during the peak months, the top 20% would give us 883 hours versus 662 for the top 15%, and then 442 for the top 10%. So again, the smaller the sample of hours, the more impact 1 hour will have on the UCAP values. And so we think, again, top 20 provides a good balance between having a large enough sample size so you get a meaningful mean without sort of, you know, some outages might be random, and so it's kind of balancing those competing considerations. With the off-peak months, there's a slight variation in the number of hours depending on if it is a leap year or not. And then the other sort of significant difference across the three sampling frames is the percent of UCAP assessment hours that fall between that net load ramp period of hours 18 to 22. And so what you can see here is as you decrease the percent of hours that you look, more of those hours are concentrated in that net load period. And so if, you know, majority of your assessment hours fall in that 18 to 22, it kind of lessens that incentive to be available 24/7 because you know that majority of the time you'll only be assessed for UCAP during these net load periods. And while those tend to be the hours of critical need, there's, you know, the possibility that we have tight supply cushion hours outside of that, and so the top 20% allows you to kind of pick up on those other stress-first conditions. There's also a difference in the median number of hours that you look at for peak and off-peak months. So the top 20% gives you 4 to 5 hours per day versus only 2 hours in the top 10%. And then it also, the smaller your percent you look at, you also cover a smaller percent of the days in the sample. So again, that top 20% gives you observations across 80% of the days. So again, you get sort of a comprehensive picture of the resources availability. And so just want to put that's, you know, some of the reasons why the CAISO continues to go with the top 20% because we think it's sort of a good trade-off between, you know, not having to look at all hours and penalizing resources for being on outage when we had, you know, a significantly large RA supply cushion, and it also, you know, better incentivizes resources to be available 24/7 because, you know, roughly 32% of the UCAP assessment hours fall outside of that net load ramp period, and again provide similar number of assessment hours that we calculate rain today. Next slide, and then I'll pause for questions. And so also in the December 11th MSC call where we presented Ucat, there were some questions around why we only look at the RA fleet and whether or not that is the correct measure to evaluate critical grid needs, and whether we should consider economic energy or additional committed non-RA capacity. And the CAISO continues to believe that the RA program should be designed so that CAISO can manage the grid under stress conditions with a capacity that has been paid for and is subject to a must-offer obligation and bid insertion, that we have no guarantee or hope that unpaid capacity will be there in the future, especially under tight supply hours. And so we think it's prudent to design the Ucat methodology in a world where we only had RA resources to rely on. What is the expected availability of these procured and paid for RA resources we depend on? So again, RA resources are the only resources that CAISO has sort of assurances that that they'll be bidding into the market, that they have the must offer and the bid insertion. And while economic energy is great to have and can kind of cover those hours that we might have a negative supply cushion, we can't design an RA program that assumes that those will be there in the future. And so that's why we continue to propose that we only evaluate the supply cushion with the RA fleet. So I know that's a lot, so I will pause for questions.
We do have a few questions in the queue. I'm going to the first caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Chris with Customized Energy Solutions. Can you hear me all right, Bridget?
Yep, go ahead, Chris.
All right, thanks for stopping on this slide because my comments are around this issue of the RA fleet being used to establish the supply cushion. So I think I was one of the stakeholders that mentioned that I was questioning this approach at that MSC call. And I just wanted to try to follow up on the kind of justification, try to have an open dialogue with the ISO just to try to understand your position a little bit better, and why the CAISO is so adamant about this using the RA only. And so there's a couple things I just want to point out that seem to be a disconnect between what you're saying and what's the way that the proposal is written. The first thing is that you're saying you're going to use the net load. And so to my mind, that is really taking a look at the entire fleet of the wind and solar resources to come up with that net load level that you're going to use to establish this quote-unquote RA supply cushion. So you're already going away from using only just the RA fleet. Otherwise, you would just do the net load of what only the RA shown renewable wind and solar resources would be. So I think there's a disconnect there that just doesn't seem to make quite a lot of sense in my mind. And the other piece is just related to this discussion of the economic energy, things like imports and other, non-RA resources that could be producing energy. I think that you can look at those resources, the level of the net scheduled interchange, those types of things. Those are actual historical data points that you'll have after the fact. That would be deterministic data points that you could use to actually look at the true picture of what the supply cushion is. And I just have a problem with the idea of looking only at the RA fleet and ignoring these economic imports because, yes, I understand this point on here on the second bullet on slide 48 where you're saying the RA program should be designed so that you can only rely on the RA program and it shouldn't be accounting for these imports. But I think that that's not really getting at the issue here where you really could be looking at the supply cushion hours that would be based off of what the actual conditions on the system are, and that would still give you a representation of what the true reliability value of a particular supply cushion hour is. There could be times when there's a lot of available economic energy coming into the system, and then the supply cushion of the RA fleet looks like it's very tight, There might be a lot of forced outages on the RA, but overall there might not be as much of a risk to system conditions for reliability purposes because of those other economic imports. And I point this out because the CAISO has been pointing out how this Ucat concept is trying to get at and leverage a lot of the precedent in other areas. And the other regions that use the UCAP approach have a concept that they use called the effective forced outage rate on demand, or E4D. And that concept does look at all the net schedule interchange, all the other non-RA resources, what's actually occurring on the grid, and how much those resources are actually needed at any given time based off of the entire availability of all the imports, of all the internal supply, not just only the RA fleet. So I think that this approach does go away from that precedent in other regions, and you're kind of just stepping into a new space by saying you're only going to do it for these RA resources. So the treatment of the VERS and the renewables and how you're doing that just doesn't seem to line up with the way that you're saying you're not going to look at the other economic imports or other types of non-RA resource availability as well. Because those resources could be producing a significant amount of energy. I think that it really, you should rethink this piece of the proposal. But I just would like to have a dialogue to see if you guys understand those viewpoints and just, have any reaction to that initially, because I've said this before a couple times and I just don't get any response usually. So I'll stop with that and see if you have anything to respond to. Thanks.
Yeah, I guess my one question is, so we know that, the capacity values for wind and solar resources are much lower than their actual energy contribution, and majority of these resources are RA resources to some degree. And so I guess my question is, for that piece, how would we how much would we really gain around, substituting out the non-RA from the net load, or how to kind of...
That's not really, I hear what you're saying, going in that direction. I don't support that idea, though. I think you should include all of the resources, and that's the thing is, I hear you guys that you're saying that you want to only focus on the RA piece only, but then in the treatment of the VERS, I think, that's appropriate to look at the full net load because that truly represents the actual picture of the reliability on the system. But at the same time, in that same vein, I think it would be appropriate to also look at the economic import levels, other non-RA resource output levels. There could be other things besides just wind and solar resources that could be available or not available that could impact the overall reliability of the entire system. And so that's where I think this decision should exclude economic energy imports because you're saying the ISO's justification is that we can't rely on those because we don't know if they'll be there in the future. But the point is that I'm trying to make is that you have the availability of how much interchange actually happened during an hour when you're looking at this historically. So you know exactly what the conditions were. You don't have to rely on some guess that's going to be there in the future. And it's not trying to say you have to design the RA program in some way to account for that. It's just saying that when you're doing this proposed approach of actually accounting for the supply cushion hours, you should be making it as realistic as possible and not just only relying on RA-only imports and not the economic imports as well, because you have that data.
So Chris, we get that.
Sure, go ahead.
And again, RA is a planning exercise looking forward. And the fact that we happen to, on a specific day, have an abundance of economic energy is great. That's fortuitous. If there's a high outage rate on the RA fleet, we would consider ourselves lucky to have had that happen, but that's not what we want to plan for. We want to build the RA looking forward at what we expect or have committed to us to be available. So that's really what we're looking at. And again, what happened last year on the interchange, we know also that that's changing. Now, having said that, we are looking at and contemplating the idea of, is there some level of net interchange that happens all the time? For example, no matter what's happened, we see 150 megawatts, of net interchange. Should we model that? That's something we're considering. But again, it's something that's also changing just as the flows change each year. So I think we understand the argument you're offering. I think we do just kind of fundamentally disagree about, looking backwards about what happened versus trying to set the tool for planning to look forward, and trying to lock down and look at the resources we had under contract and obligated to serve us and how well they're doing. So again, we've heard you. We understand what you're saying. I think we just have a disagreement about an perspective on this one. But thank you very much for offering an alternative perspective to this.
Okay, well, I'll just finish with saying that I think that you guys are confusing your forward-looking portfolio analysis modeling and the decisions you're making there and this concept of creating an RA program when this aspect of this proposal is actually a historical assessment of what the availability of the resources are, and you actually have that hour-by-hour net scheduled interchange level that you can use to establish what the true supply cushion is in each and every hour that you would do this. So your justification just frankly does not land with me very well. Just to say we have a fundamental disagreement, I guess it's very disappointing to hear that. But I'm not going to argue it any further, and I hope other folks support my view on this because it just seems inappropriate to continue down this path. But I'll stop there. Thanks.
All right. Thanks very much.
Moving on to the next caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I just have a clarifying question on slide 40, and the definition of daily shown RA. And is this going to be the UCAP or the NQC, the new NQC, or is this some other measure? Because those are monthly values, and I'm just wondering what that daily shown RA is supposed to exactly be.
So I think under the implementation, I would think about it more as sort of the deliverable RA capacity values. So it would be what's NQC today will be DQC tomorrow, and so the starting pool of resources will be like what is being bid in and what's under a must-offer obligation, that sort of pool of resources, and then subtract out from there the net loads, the outages. And so today in CIRA, we get a daily value where sometimes you can have resources that might change, and I don't know if Abdul, if you want to jump in about sort of why, the daily RA values might be slightly different from what the monthly values would be.
Yeah, sure. The biggest reason is substitution. So if a resource is providing substitution, it can show up as having different RA capacity. I wonder if we looked at CPM capacity as part of this analysis too. That could be another reason. But I think the substitution is the biggest modifier of the daily capacity. And then imports. Imports are shown on a subset of days. So the values for imports can change on a daily basis.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand those responses because if you're saying if it's a DQC reduced by any outages, that I understand. But if you're talking about, I guess I'm not sure what you mean by these things can change I can see where the availability can change on a daily basis. So it's a DQC, but if there's a planned outage or something like that, or even a forced outage, whatever, then you would be less. But is it the actual? So are you saying it's actual bids from RA resources? Or I didn't understand. I apologize. I didn't understand the answer to the question.
Yeah. So this is coming from CIRA. So it's not really about bids. It's about what's on the supply plans. Is that correct?
Well, that's not different on a daily basis, though. So that's, again, it's...
Yeah.
Well,
Susan,
supply plans?
So let me take a crack at this. So again, some of this is going to change, as Bridget noted, when we get to implementation phase, and the idea of some of the substitutions go away because of the UCAP transition, as well as some of the things we're contemplating for the planned outage substitution. So some of this is going to stabilize, I think, a bit. But for the assessments that Bridget's done to date, these are looking at the outage cards and outage availability to assess how many resources have submitted an outage, planned or forced, under today's rules. So again, these today are looking at NQC. As Bridget noted, tomorrow they'll look at DQC. Again, we'll have a linear transformation, so, kind of a straight scalar multiplication of those numbers to be able to make that conversion. And so that's how we'll calculate the supply cushion tomorrow, is using that DQC based on reported outages. And those outages are going to come in, I think that's probably ultimately the question, is the measure that those come in and get calculated on. And for that, I'll kick it back to Bridget. Have I captured your question?
I don't know. Let me see if I can rephrase it, and you can tell me if you agree. So what you're saying, what it sounds like you're saying is, it sounds like you're saying that this is going to be the DQC for RA resources, derated or reduced by the planned or forced outages that have been submitted.
And serving that load and covering contingency reserves.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry?
That gives you that. So to get the supply cushion, hourly supply cushion, you take, the DQC of all RA resources, excluding wind and solar, and then you subtract out the outages, subtract out net loads, and then subtract out contingency reserves, and then what's left over is how much deliverable capacity is left over after meeting all of these different needs that could cover any sort of unexpected things that might happen.
So when you say, so let me ask the question again. The daily shown RA is the DQC, because you already then are subtracting out all the outages after that in this equation.
So Susan, I think what you're raising is a legitimate point to clarify going forward. So let's first draw a line between Bridget's analysis, which this is what this equation sets up Bridget's analysis, and then we would need to translate these terms into what we would implement. I think that's a fair point for clarification purposes, because we've not really done that clearly here, because I think what we have here is the daily shown RA would be the new NQC over the forced outage rate. So that would get you to the DQC there.
Right, so it's a DQC.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, and then I'm hesitant to ask this. When you get to net load, and this is a little bit based on the CES question from before, the net load is the forecasted load minus forecasted wind and forecasted solar, right? It's not anything to do with their DQC or anything like that, right?
So it's not forecasted, it's the actual, I'm
sorry, because you're after the fact.
Analysis. Yeah, so it's the actual loads minus the output of wind and solar resources.
Okay, and the wind and solar resources that are included here are only RA resources, or wind and solar, or are energy-only resources included here as well?
So I did it's the data from the production and curtailment data set, which I believe is all for resources, and I think we would continue to do that. So it would be all wind and solar resources, regardless of if they're RA or not.
Okay, so that seems to be the nature of the at least part of the nature of one of the objectives from CES, was that you say you're going to be relying just on RA, but you're going to actually have the wind and solar based on all of the resources here. Now they don't have to be deliverable or anything. It's just all of them. that were actually delivered.
So, Susan, this is Carl. Just as a clarification, we've got wind and solar producing for incentives beyond RA. That's I think kind of the first and foremost that
well, yeah, of course. That's one of the reasons I asked. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so what we want to model is what we reasonably expect from those resources to be delivered given the incentives they have.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think you can make an argument to say we should back out non-RA capacity and basically convert those to their equivalent profiles using kind of scale everything proportionally and say, 90%, 95% of all solar is RA, so we're going to back out 10% of the total production during all hours and do it that way. Yeah, you could make that argument, but we still look at and recognize that those wind and solar resources that maybe are not RA do have sufficient incentives to produce. And so we just want to be able to reflect that as far as some of the needs that we identified.
Yeah, again, in the future, you probably will have more energy only in PCDS solar resources because a lot of them would have, if they've added storage, they would have transferred that deliverability potentially to the storage. And so depending on the configuration, you may get some solar co-located resources that are going to actually be energy only or PCDS.
Yeah, that's a fair point, Susan. I appreciate that.
Okay. All right, thanks. Those are all the clarifications I needed here. Thanks.
All right, great. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Carrie Bentley with Western Power Trading Forum. Thanks so much, Susan, for asking those questions. That actually helped a lot, and so my comment will be much quicker. I just wanted to support a lot of what Chris was saying, and I think what the MSC was saying. I think if we take a big step back, the purpose of the RA program is to send signals to RA resources to be there when actually needed. And when they're actually needed really has nothing to do with this RA supply cushion. It's kind of a recreation of a fictional need. And I would just encourage the CAISO to think about, going forward, do you really want RA resources to show up when you have this small supply cushion, or do you want resources to show up when there's actually scarcity on the grid? And I would argue that the whole point of planning is to ensure that resources show up when needed. And I understand it's not perfect, right, and that you would like to just count on RA resources in the future, but that's not reality, and it's also not likely that it'll be that, when resources are most needed will be correlated with these RA supply cushion hours. And I think Scott Harvey made that point really well on the MSC call. So I would just really encourage you to think about both MSC's responses and what Chris was saying, and just know that WPTF supports it as well. RA should be there when needed, not during some artificial constructed need. Thanks.
Okay, thanks for that feedback. Next caller.
Okay. Next caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, it's Mary Lynch, and I'm just kind of struggling with what difference this makes on the 20-hour cushion, the 20 hours that you're selecting here, because at the end of the day, this goes into just determining what specific units UCAP is. So if you made all these changes, and I don't disagree with anything Chris or Carrie was saying, but if you made all those changes, just in general, what would the impact be on units UCAP? If you did all the things that they were talking about, would it make their UCAP higher?
It would just depend. Yeah, so the changes they're making could potentially identify different assessment hours. Given where these tend to fall and the fact that majority happen to be during those net load periods, in off-peak months you see clusterings around that evening ramp period, I don't foresee the exact hours that an alternative methodology that might look at all hours would necessarily significantly change. And the impact on our resources forced outage rate or the Ucat value would really just depend on whether or not they happen to be on outage under those different sample of hours. So the RA supply cushion is really just our way to set up a sampling framework where rather than looking at all outages on all hours when there's no distinguishing between what the conditions on their grid were like, might get you a different number than this methodology, which is sort of, and what I think a lot of the other ISOs RTOs do is, you know, under what conditions were we expecting to rely on this unit, select those number of hours, and then for those hours look at the resource's forced outage rate, and that becomes our UCAP. And so the impact that these different sampling frameworks would have on the resource's final UCAP value would really just, it depends on how different the hours in that sample were across the two sampling frameworks. So I suspect they wouldn't lead to wildly different hours. The exception might be in the off-peak months, where we do know we tend to have more excess imports or economic energy. Those sampled hours might be different, but I suspect especially for the peak months, I don't imagine that there's that much more extra supply out there that you would identify radically different hours. So it's, you know, an empirical question around like how different the sample of hours would look like, but in terms of its impact on the resource, again, it would really depend on when their outages tended to fall and did they happen to be on outage in more hours in one sampling frame than the other. But again, I don't suspect that these would be radically different samples of hours based on what I've seen so far in the data.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next question. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Sergio Dueñas from the California Energy Storage Alliance, CISA. First, I wanted to thank the ISO staff for considering CISA's proposal and doing this data analysis on how it would look like if we had a 15% supply cushion rather than a 20% one. So I wanted to ask a couple of questions and make some comments on this sort of reintroduction or reaffirmation of the ISO's conclusion that a 20% supply cushion is viable or desirable. It seems to me that the graph that was shown on page 44 shows clearly that there are diminishing returns in including a higher number of hours. So basically, there is a clear trend that, okay, if you incorporate more hours, you will get more information on what's happening, but it doesn't really translate into a better or more accurate picture of when capacity is needed. So this is basically a question that most ISOs face, right? Like as it was stated in the previous response, the first question is, what are the hours that we will need these resources? And in other ISOs, for example, in New York, they reach this, okay, we need to identify the hours. We have diminishing returns the more hours we pick. And this is an exceptional condition when we're going to need these resources. So they look at a relatively small number of hours, around 750 hours per year. But here, it seems that the ISO instead is basing a lot of the decision of the 20% supply cushion on what RAIM is doing right now. And I say that because prior to this discussion, the ISO has used three arguments to defend the 20% supply cushion. First, it captures more hours outside of it captures more hours in the off-peak season, and from what we can see in page 47, the difference between the number of hours captured in the off-peak months in the top 20%, top 15%, and top 10% is practically equal. It's between 1 to 2% of a difference. So incredibly low. I don't think there is a significant difference there. The second argument is that it would capture more of the day. And that is true if you look in this table, but as you can see, there's quite a big jump between the top 10% and the top 15%, and there's a way smaller jump between the top 15% and the top 20%. Here, I would argue it's not clear that it provides the strongest incentive. It provides a stronger incentive, but it's not significantly different by including way more hours. And finally, the other argument that has been used before is that using a 20% supply cushion would give us more hours that are outside this 18 to 22 period. And while that is true, the story repeats itself as from the percentage of the day sampled. It's not really a significant difference. It's exactly the same difference as jumping in each of those 5 percentage points. So to me, it seems that the solution is actually being constrained by the apparatus that we're trying to get rid of, which is rain. Because rain right now analyzes 5 hours, that should be our target. 5 hours every day, that should be our target. And because of that, we're ending with a supply cushion that, relative to other ISOs or RTOs, checks at an unduly large number of hours. And this is very close to the comments that were shared at the MSC. So I do urge the ISO to consider this, because simply getting more hours doesn't mean that it will be more accurate. There are, by your own graph, diminishing returns of including more hours. And in the appendix, which I've gone through, you can see a very clear correlation between the hours that are selected in the 20% case and in the 15% case. It is giving us feedback that is very similar on what are the hours that are actually being constrained. Although the number of observations changes, that doesn't really determine that it won't be hours that will be looked at. So let's not constrain the solution based on the system we want to change and improve.
Thanks. Yeah, that's definitely fair feedback, and that's one of the reasons why we wanted to sort of put out the sort of comparison so that other stakeholders can weigh in. And so we definitely invite others in your written comments to, put some thought behind, whether the top 15% is, the right number to go with, because, you're right that we do kind of trade off between how much you are concentrated in these, sort of net load periods versus outside of that, how many days we want to look at. And so, I think and that's one of the reasons why we also pushed this back to a 6 revise is, it seems like there was still some questions around what was the right sample to look at. And so, we definitely hear your feedback, and we definitely invite other stakeholders to also look at the data in the appendix and, in their comments kind of weigh in on whether, maybe 15% is the right way to go. So, we definitely.
Yeah. Thanks for that. And as a closing thought, I would argue, based on just looking at this table, the top 15% captures more than half of the day by far. It places a due focus on the hours that we know currently are very tight, the 18 to 22, without overlooking the morning conditions and the mid-afternoon conditions when the net peak load occurs as well. And I would just also invite the ISO to give us the median number of hours, instead of giving us a median, show us the average, so that way we can actually see what is the benefit. Like, let's say between the top 15, the average is 3.8, and the top 20, the average is 4.2. Like, if that is the case, we're clearly seeing very diminishing returns by actually demanding the resources to be there when they might not be needed, as it has been commented before. So I do think that the top 15, by this table and the tables in the appendix, it does show that it sort of balances the need of the ISO without taking into account an absurd number of hours. But it still takes into account more than 1,200 hours of the year, which is way more than in other ISOs. So let's base the solution there and not in rain. Yeah. And thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Yeah, thank you.
Moving on to the next caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hey, this is Jason from EDF. Just want to make a few comments. The ISOs in the East that put in a pay-for-performance scheme, PJM and ISO New England, both had pay-for-performance events outside of the peaks. One of them was a holiday, Labor Day. Another was in October. So just where you're having your peak events is not necessarily where you're going to have your shortages. So I want to make that point. And I think to the CES's guys' comments, I need to be careful about looking at, you need to take it on balance because, CAISO doesn't use CBN do. Even if there is, available resources, they don't necessarily count all of them. It really is about, and it's way more complex than we have time to get into right now. So his point is taken, but we should also not count on things that aren't necessarily firm being there, especially as the West is tightening up. So with that, I'll shut up and listen.
Thank you for those points, Jason. That was very helpful. We appreciate the insight you're offering from the other marketplaces.
Okay, moving on to the next caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hey, this is Noah from SDG. I'll support a lot of what has been said. The ISOs should determine sort of a standard to which resources are needed, and then set the hours that would be calculated. I have one more question. Can you talk about what in the supply cushion formula, whether or not outages would include outages of solar and wind resources as well?
So in the data that's here, I dropped all observations of wind and solar, so their outage rates are not included in this.
Okay, so in the future, in implementation of the ISO's supply cushion formula to determine which hours would be sort of in the top 20 would not include outages of wind and solar resources because it's already excluded from the shown RA amount.
Right, and then also looking at NOAA. So we basically net out any of the variation that might be caused by wind and solar.
Okay, and then
outages in the future.
Got it. And would the contingency reserve be relative to the load in that hour, or would it be relative to sort of the peak load of the day?
It would be hourly, so it would be the reg, or it would be like the hourly average of spin, non-spin, and regulation up awards from the market.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, and that is the final question.
Great. So if we move to the next slide. So then once we determine what sample of hours to look at, whether it's 20, 15, et cetera, these next couple slides explain how we would then calculate the individual resources UCAP values. So this provides sort of a high-level overview of the steps that we would take to determine this value. So again, the first step would be to identify the UCAP assessment hours, by identifying which of the hours fall within, right now we're going with top 20%. If stakeholders support top 15%, this could be the top 15% of hours of the tightest RA supply cushion for each season. And then for each of those hours, we would determine the hourly unavailability factor by looking at the forced and urgent outages during those hours as a percentage of PMAX. And then we would determine the seasonal average availability factor by creating a average of all these hourly unavailability factors and subtracting from one to convert it to availability. Then we're also proposing to look at 3 years of data and do weighting the most recent years more heavily to determine the weighted seasonal average availability factors. And then finally, we would apply the peak and off-peak weighted seasonal average availability factors to the DQC of the resource to get the monthly UCAP/NQC, what will be NQC in the future for on and off-peak for each resource. So in the next slides, I kind of walk through the formulas, but this provides sort of the large picture steps. So again, as I said, for each of the UCAP assessment hours, we will look at the forced and urgent outages for that hour over PMAX, because that's how it's reported to our OMS system, which will give you sort of their percent that was unavailable during this hour. We then sum those up over the number of observed hours, subtract that from one, and this gives you the average seasonal availability factor, so what percent of the resource was available during this period on average. And then if you go to the next slide. And then we're also proposing to look at 3 years of historic data and then weighting the most recent years availability higher in the final weighted seasonal average availability factor. And stakeholder comments have generally supported weighting the most recent years more heavily, with the idea being that, you know, your most recent performance is probably your best predictor of your future performance. And by decreasing the weight of later years, if you happen to have a bad year 1 year, the impact of that would decrease over time. And there's more of an emphasis placed on your most recent year's performance to better incentivize proper maintenance practices, and to make sure that by looking at 3 years of data, you also ensure that sort of any maintenance would be longer lasting fixes. And again, stakeholders' comments have generally supported this weighting approach. And so for each of the 3 years, we'd apply the weights to get the weighted seasonal average availability factor. Next slide. And so finally, once we get the sum of the weighted seasonal average availability factors, we will apply this to the deliverable capacity. And this will give you a final UCAP/NQC. And so one thing to keep in mind is that the deliverable capacity will only capture deliverability. So I know there's some concerns among stakeholders that by taking first deliverability and then factoring in availability, we might be overcounting outages, because in today's world, NQC can also be derated for things like thermal derate. So sometimes generators ask their NQCs to be lowered to better account for the thermal derates that they know that they always have, whereas UCAP will also pick up those thermal derates in the outages. And so in tomorrow's world, DQC will only be for deliverability. You won't have the ability to ask it to be lowered for things like thermal derates, which is a practice today, because the weighted seasonal average availability factor will pick up things like those thermal derates as well as sort of the average forced outage rate. And so that's why we've this approach where we first study for deliverability and derate the QCs, and then apply the weighted seasonal averagability factors to represent the availability. And we will do that for peak and off-peak months. So if we go to the next slide. So here I have sort of an example that folks can kind of see with numbers how each of the steps will work. And so this is for the fleet-wide average of our natural gas resources. And so for each of the 3 years, we'll calculate a seasonal average availability factor, apply the weights, those will be summed up. And so here, the peak months weighted seasonal average availability factor was 87.5%. Multiply that by the 500 megawatt TQC to get a final on-peak NQC of 437.5 megawatts. And so this is sort of an illustrative example of how we will get to the final resources UCAP value. So I'll pause here again for any questions on the basic UCAP methodology.
We do have a couple questions going through the first caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum. First, I had a question about slide 50, where you're converting the forced plus urgent outage impacts over the PMAX. So if there's an outage, if the DQC, I think I'm doing that right, if the DQC is, let's say, 10 megawatts less than the PMAX, and the resource is on outage for 10 megawatts, it seems like for RA purposes, that outage wouldn't matter. But for purposes of this calculation, they would be, their future NQC would be penalized. And I'm wondering why you constructed it that way.
So the main reason is that our OMS system resources report outages in relation to PMAX. And so to get the correct percent that was on outage, you need to put it in terms of PMAX. In the past, we've had this formula in relation to NQC, and what you see is the potential to have hourly unavailability factors over 1. So in that way, you kind of get the same appearance of double counting. So we feel that because outages are submitted in relation to PMAX, if you want the correct percent that was unavailable, then this formula gets you the more correct number mathematically. And then our logic behind first applying the DQC and the weighted seasonal average availability factor is go ahead.
Oh, I know. I just you dropped off for just a second, so I was just trying to interrupt you because I missed that center part. You said like the calculation. You feel like this calculation is more accurate than the other calculation?
Mathematically. So it still captures, when you average it out, it still gives you the similar percent, where the problem is if you take the forced outage rates in relation to sort of the deliverable capacity. And I will say also in today's world, the NQC that's reported is messier because it's not just deliverability. Sometimes there is thermal derates. And so it gets really messy to determine, like, you do have more of a possibility of double counting if you do it in terms of NQC in today's world. But to get the more accurate, like, percent that's unavailable from the resource, it's correct to go as a percent of PMAX. And I will say majority of resources are 100% deliverable. And so it makes more sense to, again, do any derates first for deliverability and then for availability, because then the deliverable capacity is actually what's available. And then the UCAP captures that percent unavailability.
I see. So I think I understand this at least a little bit more on why you changed it to be this way. I would say that I don't know how to say this nicely. Like, to me, the more intuitive way to do this would have simply to give an allowance of outages on the difference between the Pmax and NQC. So just say that unavailability doesn't matter in that calculation. And yeah, it's slightly more complex, but it's just, you know, subtraction with the numerator and denominator. So I get that maybe it's a little messier, and I know that a lot of resources have 100% deliverability, but a lot don't. And I think that there's going to be a lot of pushback from individual generators already, and one of the things that could help is to really accurately calculate this unavailability factor. And I'll put this in the comments, but I think fundamentally that it's been a helpful conversation because I also understand why it's the switch. Okay, then I had another quick question about the weighting. I'm trying to remember what slide that was. Slide 51. So I've asked this before, and I think I already know the answer, but have you guys done any sort of analysis to see whether this weighting results in a better prediction of the RA year than weighting it the other way around? For instance, you know, is the prior year the best predictive power of the next RA year, or is maybe 3 years before more predictive of what their availability will be 3 years forward? Does that make sense? Have you done any?
Yes.
Yeah.
So which plans to do that? So I've been working with our IT to get some more individual resource data because the aggregate data that I have, again, is a little messy and I don't think would provide the kind of correct analysis that you're asking for. So that's another reason why we pushed this back, is to allow some more time for a little bit of digging into, if we tweaked it this way or that way, what would the impact be? So we definitely hear you, and we're kind of working on how can we, you know, do a subsample of resources to kind of test that. So we definitely have heard your feedback and are working on it.
Okay, that's really helpful to hear. I appreciate that. I also have another very just kind of high-level comment, and that I wonder, too, if you just assumed that all forced outages were for an entire day and you just used the public data available, whether you could do this analysis really quickly and it would just be ballpark. I just want to be clear, WPTF has never been asking for exactly correct, perfect data that, you know, can be audited and used in upcoming years. We're just looking for like a basic correlation. Does this roughly even work? And I know that data is publicly available, and just in our request, we're not asking for perfection. Thanks.
Thanks.
Moving on to the next caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I just wanted to follow up on Carrie's question about the PMAX, so on slide 50. It seems like this is really, thank you. It seems like this is really going to be an issue with where resources have added storage and you have a lot more capacity behind the meter or behind the interconnection than what is actually able to be accommodated by the PMAX. So I guess I would urge you to, it makes a lot more sense to use something like the DQC or something like that, but because I think the idea that if you've got, twice the capacity or, 1.5 times the capacity behind the interconnection, then some of it can be to have a forced outage and still may be fully available for the resource as a whole. Particularly if it's, say, a hybrid resource where it's all under the same resource ID. If some of the solar is forced out or some of the other, you may still be able to really have the resource be available here. And it seems like the wrong measure to use for a resource like that.
So later in the presentation, we do provide tweaks for hybrid resources, which may kind of get to...
Yeah, I'm going to get to that in a minute.
Yeah. So in like 10 slides, we get into the hybrid proposal. But I will say Again, the hourly unavailability factor is trying to get what the percent that was on outage, and because OMS is reported in relation to PMAX, basically all this first step is doing is in that hour, what percent of the resource was unavailable. And to get that correct percentage of the outage, you have to do it in terms of PMAX. Because otherwise, when you do it in terms of DQC, what I'm saying is the OMS is, if it says your PMAX is 200, maybe you're only deliverable for, your PMAX is 100 and you're deliverable for 90, and you submit a forced outage rate of 50, you're 50% unavailable. At the end, if you're only ever deliverable for 90, then we'll just take the average of the availability, and in that last step, it converts it to, of the deliverable capacity, what was available.
Okay, I'm not really following that, but if all the capacity is not deliverable, well, then you have another issue. But I guess what I'm saying is, if all you do, if you're kind of torturing this thing just to get it so it doesn't get to be equal greater than 1, why don't you just cap it at 1 and then do it in the way that makes sense? So, I mean, go ahead.
I still maintain that because the outages are reported to OMS in relation to PMAX, that this first step gives you the accurate percent unavailable.
If the outage is reported with respect to PMAX, if you've got 100 megawatt solar and 50 megawatts of storage, and the PMAX is 100, then how is and then let's say 10 megawatts of the solar is out. The whole resource might be fully available to the ISO, but are you saying that it's somehow that 10 megawatts of solar reduces the PMAX, even though the rest of the resource can really actually meet the PMAX?
So I'm hesitant to talk about this formula for something like a hybrid resource because we have a very different treatment for that resource. So I think this is really designed for thermals and storage resources, standalone storage. And so I think with these specific methodologies, it's more accurate and actually reflective. In the hybrid proposal, I think you'll get a better sense of how we're planning to treat the situation that you're talking about, because it is more complicated, but this formula is designed around thermal and storage resources. And then in the next section, we get into modifications made for these different resource types.
Okay, well then I guess I'll wait to hear that. But I guess the last question I have is actually related. I got it in the queue because I had a question also on slide. Let's see. Okay, I'll wait till the next section to ask questions. But I think we have some really serious issues with the dynamic limit tool on the hybrids, and we'll talk about that I guess when we get to that section.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on to the final question in the queue. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hey, it's Eric Little from Edison, and if you get to this later, just let me know, but, and I think I might have asked this question before. You had, I think back at page 48, you seem to have some indication of what the average D rate was for thermal facilities. No, there was a table in there that gave a 500 megawatt resource and that it would be down at 480 something along those lines.
Yeah.
When does the ISO anticipate that you will have enough data on the entire fleet to ascertain whether or not this type of a D rating ends up giving you counting capacity that can never meet your needs? Because if we get to that point, we've got a couple potential problems. Either we have way under forecasted what the resources can do, and we don't really have a reliability problem, or we have a really serious reliability problem where even if you have every single resource, you're not likely to meet your reliability needs, at which point we need things like IRP to develop new resources. So before we're able to really go forward with a UCAP proposal, I think we need to understand what it means to the existing fleet and its ability to meet the RA needs. And if the answer is it can't with this new methodology, then putting it in place before we build new resources simply means that everybody's going to be found deficient with their RA showings, which doesn't really necessarily help anything. So I'm just curious as to when the ISO thinks it might have enough data about the entire fleet of resources to be able to ascertain whether or not the derating causes that type of an issue.
So our plan for implementation is that RA year 2022 would be a shadow year where we would have UCAP values for all resources. And so there you would be able to identify the exact right value for each resource. And so at that point, I think we would know whether or not we're in a situation that you described. And I think that would be the point at which we could discuss delaying implementation if it came to that. But again, with the needed upgrades to get the accurate data, then that's when you'll know, is once we have the systems built up to have the exact right data. So again, we're planning to publish for our year 2022 sort of a shadow of converting all the showings and reporting resources, UCAP values and DQCs, and then at that point, if we're in the situation you described, I think that would be the point where we would be able to have those sorts of discussions.
Okay, so based upon that, it sounds like we're really talking about October of this year. And if that's the case, I would encourage us to look at it earlier than that. Because if we're shadowing for 22 and then you want this implementable in 23, depending upon how far off those numbers are, may or may not make it feasible. And I think people need to understand that much earlier in the process to be able to figure out what proposal they're getting behind, and if it is a viable proposal but says we don't have enough assets, how to get those built in short enough order to make it feasible for people to comply. So if we're going to wait until October of this year, I think we're going to miss potential opportunities, so I would encourage you to look at that sooner.
Okay, no further questions in the queue.
Okay. So I believe if you go to the next slide. Okay. So now we're going to move on to describing the UCAT methodologies for different resource types, where the basic framework that I just outlined needs further tweaks to better capture their availability. So I'll hand it off to Lauren to get us started.
Okay, great. Thanks, Bridget. Good afternoon, everyone. As Bridget mentioned, we are now going to go over some of the alternative methodologies for resource types, where the UCAT methodology described in the last section doesn't apply as well as these alternative methods. So we have listed here a summary of what those alternative UCAT methodologies are. For hydro, non-dispatchable resources, wind and solar, demand response and QF, import, hybrids, as well as the methodology for new resources. So this slide has a summary of each of the proposed methodologies, and then on the next few slides, we'll go into more detail on each of these elements. So moving into hydro, the CAISO is proposing a hydro UCAT methodology that generally aligns with the CPUC counting methodology that was adopted for hydro resources recently. hydro resource output depends heavily on snowpack and water availability from the year, which can change drastically year over year based on water conditions. And so what we're proposing is a longer-term historical look back to account for that availability, which would use a weighted average assessment of resource availability during the 20% of tightest supply cushion hours. In this methodology, we would be considering outages both due to water availability and mechanical outages for the previous 10 years. And since we won't have supply cushion hours all the way back for 10 years, since we are beginning this now, looking back 3 years for the other resource types, we're proposing to use the historical availability during the rain hours for years prior to Ucat implementation. So let's go ahead and move to the next slide, please. So the following steps would be used to calculate the Ucat for hydro resources. We will use historical bid-in capacity to calculate a 50% exceedance and a 10% exceedance value, and we'll weight the 50% exceedance value by 80% and the 10% exceedance value by 20% to determine the Ucat value. So we'll put weight on the median and low hydro years to determine the Ucat. If the capability can be better estimated closer to the operation months, the resource can be shown more conservatively in the year ahead and increase in the month ahead time frame up to the Ucat value. That was one of the things that we wanted to clarify based on some of the comments that we received, is that this can be done if, you know, the resource owner believes that they'll be able to better estimate the amount of hydro that they'll have in a particular month closer to the actual operation month. And then the please go back. Thank you. The CAISO also proposes that resources could incorporate infrastructure upgrades that increase the maximum output of the resource proportionally in years prior. This is something that we also included based on responses to some of the comments that we received because we are looking back 10 years and if there are infrastructure upgrades that increase the maximum capability of the resource, those could be included into the exceedance methodology, but that should only be for infrastructure upgrades that increase the maximum capability of the resource, not maintenance that reduces the likelihood of forced outages, because that isn't something that we're including in the Ucat calculation for other resources. Okay, let's move on to the next slide, please. Okay, so now we'll move into non-dispatchable resources and resources calculated using an ELCC. I'll go over these and then I will pause for questions. So for non-dispatchable resources, we're proposing that if the QC methodology already accounts for forced outages, then the DQC will equal the resources Ucat or NQC. This is similar for resources with an ELCC value. The CAISO will rely on the ELCC methodology if applied. So today, the CPUC, for example, uses ELCC for wind and solar resources. They only apply this methodology for wind and solar, but it could expand it to cover other variable resources, such as variable output DR, that we've discussed in the EDSR process. So if we can move on to the next slide, please. The CAISO will use the ELCC value as the Ucat value for two main reasons. First is the other ISOs equate wind and solar Ucat values with a statistical assessment of the resource's historical output, as well as the ELCC already takes into account the probability of forced outages for wind and solar resources. So we think it's appropriate to use that value as the resource's UCAP value. This is similar to our rationale with non-dispatchable resources. The QCs already have reductions for their expected forced outage rates and D rates. And then as we've mentioned before, we understand that there are some shortcomings with this approach, but we believe it's the most appropriate option for UCAP for these resource types. Next slide, please. Okay, so next, there are certain resources that don't have an ELCC-based QC methodology, but they do have a need for an alternative UCAP determination approach. This is specifically for DR and QF resources. Their availability is often variable or limited to certain hours of the day, dictated by their program parameters or their end-use customer needs. And so the CAISO believes that we need to establish a different UCAP methodology for these resources. We have been advocating for an ELCC methodology for demand response in the ESGR 4 stakeholder process, as well as now in the CPUC's RA proceeding. And that's our preferred approach for demand response counting. And under that approach, the ELCC value for DR would equal the UCAP value. However, if that's not adopted in time for UCAP implementation, we'll apply an alternative UCAP determination. So if we can go to the next slide, I'll go into more detail as to what that is. So in the event an ELCC is not adopted for DR, as well as for QF resources, the CAISO will evaluate resource performance relative to their dispatch instructions for periods when they receive market awards or respond to tests. We'll track each resource's historical performance over the prior 3 years and compare those dispatches and tests to actual performance to establish the UCAP value. And for DR providers, we're proposing to apply this approach at the demand response provider level rather than at the individual resource level. So this is intended, DR providers can switch resource IDs relatively easily, and if that does happen, they won't have any historical data for that resource ID. So we think applying it at the demand response provider level is more appropriate. We previously proposed to do this at the SD level, but based on some stakeholder feedback and looking into it further, we think the demand response provider level is the more appropriate level to evaluate performance for demand response. So can we go one more slide forward? Okay, so I think before we go into imports, Bridget's going to go over that section. I'll go ahead and pause for questions to see if there's anything on the methodologies that I just covered.
I do have a couple of questions. Go to the first caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Chris Devin with Customized Energy Solutions. I actually was just wanting to chat about the UCAT for hybrid resources, and I see you haven't got to those slides yet, so I could hold those comments until that section if that would be agreeable.
Yeah, let's go ahead and hold that question, and then once we go over the hybrid slide, we can take those.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
And moving on to the next caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I have a question on slide 61 about the QF. If the QFs are wind or solar QFs, could they be evaluated on for using the ELCCs for wind and solar?
That's a good question. I'm not sure if wind and solar.
This is Carl. I don't think right now the PUC is separating out the QS in their calculations,
right?
For what they are. So I think those are still coming in under ELCC, and we treat them comparably. I could be mistaken on that, but I haven't seen anything that calls out QF wind and solar. I think there's only 20 megawatts of wind or so that I'm aware of that might be. So.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not sure if I understood that response, but it seems like they've got the same underlying capacity or some underlying technology. So I'm not sure why you treat them differently. That's why I was just trying to understand with this. So this would apply to non-wind and solar QS, like cogen, cogen type QS.
Yeah. Yeah. So if they don't have an ELCC for their QC already, then we would use this alternative approach.
Okay. It would be good to have a clarification maybe in your next round on that, only because some of these are under, a standard offer for contract or, things like that. They're old contracts and they may not even be aware of any of this.
Okay. Thanks. That's a good clarification.
Okay. Thanks.
We've had a couple more questions come in. Next caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Jennifer Chamberlain with C-Power, and I had a question kind of on the DR methodology. And, I've understood wanting the ELCC, but as I think about the DRP specific components as the alternative, because the CPC has not yet been interested in adopting the ELCC, and I'm not necessarily on board with that either, but I have understood some of the points that you've made about it. Now that DR's RA needs to go through the load impact protocol process, or at least for any DR that has gone through the load impact protocol process, that is really looking at, we believe, derating based on prior performance. So if you have a portfolio of resources and you thought there were 50 megawatts, but really they're performing consistently on average a lower number. That lower number is what is granted as a qualifying capacity. I know there's some black boxness about it. But if you've taken a capacity value and the PUC through that process has derated for any performance less than expected in tests and events, and then you apply another derate here to get to kind of the alternative to the Ucat methodology that derates by the same, less than perfect performance in prior tests and events over multiple years, that feels like a double hit that most resources aren't necessarily getting. So I wanted to kind of raise that and ask if that had been thought through by the PUC, or by the ISO, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for that comment. I think what we are looking for this DR alternative approach is the load impact protocols are really the way we understand it, providing a value of what the resource can provide during the monthly peak. And so we've been seeing, DR performance and bids that don't necessarily match that monthly peak value in every hour. And so we feel that there's a need to either, our preferred approach would be to go to an ELCC methodology where this is more taken into account, or if that's not done, we feel there still needs to be some sort of check to make sure that when it's getting bid in and dispatched that it can meet that that amount beyond the monthly peak values that we get from the load impact protocols for the QC value.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Carl, just to add on to what Lauren's already offered, in addition to the load impact protocols, which derating for performance is great, but part of the benefit of ELCC for the wind and solar is it kind of captures how well those resources work relative to the other pieces of the system. And so ELCC also captures, the performance, but also how useful that load drop is when it occurs. So if it's complementary to ISO needs, it should perform very well under ELCC. If it's substituting for another resource and providing very little marginal benefit for that drop, it will also be reflected in the ELCC value. So what we end up getting is the ability to really look forward and develop demand response programs that are intended to provide that complementary service and avoid some of the substitution-based services. So you don't develop a DR program that looks a lot like a solar profile, for example. You get something that's going to help you in different hours to provide complementary services. The solar drops off, for example. So I think that's really one of the big benefits of moving to LCC relative to just simply looking at load impact protocols.
No, and I recognize how that could be an issue. I see a little more issue at applying, an ELCC-based look at a 24-hour resource when DR often isn't. But when, say, during the available assessment hours, you've got a 10-megawatt resource and you bid it consistently at 10 megawatts, I'm told that should still have a decent ELCC value, although there's some question mark about how that, would compare against some of the other, multiple hours and how much of the day you want that to be. I certainly know resources can be available. And DR resources traditionally have been available with the change in the AAH in hours that are complementary to solar. I get that. Our resource is, it actually, moving to later hours is good. So many customers have put solar on. They don't have as much capability during solar hours as they do because that is, serving so much of their on-site needs already. They have more capability in those evening hours anyway, which is, I think, very complementary from a system perspective. My concern, so I know there's still an ELCC path that you'd like to take. I am concerned, though, that in the event that that doesn't happen, I think there's still vetting to be done there. And obviously the PUC hasn't approved it, that this second alternative approach is a double hit for LIPT resources. And so didn't hear any answer to that double whammy if LCC request doesn't get picked up.
Yeah, so Jennifer, this is John Gooden. I don't see it as a double whammy. I see the load impact protocol as essentially assessing what the capability of that resource is under the given conditions that the load impact evaluates, weather and outages and projections, ex post, ex ante. Like we all know, and you guys comment to the PUC, it's a fairly complex calculation methodology. At the end of the day, it comes up with a value. That's the bottom line. And it's that value that we are then going to assess its capability based on that value. So if we do a performance, let's say we don't have the LCC, it just says this resource is worth 10, and we do performance and it delivers 8, well, it didn't deliver its 10 as it was expected. And again, part of the challenge here is this is not treating it as a variable resource. This is treating it as a fixed resource, which is what the LIP does essentially right now. And the reason why we want to move more to treating it as a variable resource and moving away from the LIP. But again, at the end of the day, we are just assessing based on the LIP says it's worth this. How does it perform well relative to that value that the LIP states that it's capable of delivering?
Yeah, I think neither of these take into account that I'll speak for my own company, although I know others, maybe not all, but do the same thing, which is, there is some self-correcting component, which is if, last year I had a portfolio of resources that I expected to perform in a certain way, and it didn't, we figure out why, and we, add to it or remove or coach or recurtailment plan or what have you to make sure it's that 10 again. And if you're going back 3 years and that is reflected in the LIP, which it also does take that into account, I think it is a multi-hit. So I can, obviously we're not going to solve it here, but I just want to share that with the community.
All right. Thanks, Jennifer.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it.
Moving on to the next caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Mohan Narala at CDWR. My question on the DR and participating load. Participating load is similar to DR, but not exactly DR, how they are treated here. So my question is, how is participating load going to be evaluated for Ucat? In CDWR's recommendation in previous comments we submitted, the DR's method here, which is the performance related to the dispatch instruction, would fit for participating load as well. So I don't know if ISO has any mention of participating load, Ucat method.
Sure. Yeah. So thanks for that. I think we were originally anticipating that participating load would fall under the hydro counting methodology, but it sounds like what I'm hearing from you is that CDWR feels it's more appropriate in the DR, with the DR category. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, based on the dispatch instructions for the period when they received market award, because the way it operates is we get ancillary service award in the IFM, and then if there is an award, then they will be dispatched in the real time. So this would probably be the best fit for participating load.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for that comment. Yeah, we were originally thinking it would be under the hydro category, but we'll take that comment back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Noor from Alden. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can hear you.
Just a couple questions about the. First, I think I agree with most of Jennifer's assessment about potential double penalization. I still have a couple of questions about like what. So, are you doing it as like a percent of dispatch for like every real time and day ahead award? Is that the intention?
Yes, so it would be a performance percentage that we would take based on how they've performed to all their dispatch instructions, as well as any test events.
And would that be like averaged out across resources? Like if there are multiple system RA resources and one of them overperformed and one of them underperformed, would those be averaged out or not?
Yeah, so we would take the average of all the DR resources within the demand response provider, at the demand response provider level. So all resource performance within that DRP. I don't think we were considering overperformance. So if a resource overperformed or if a DRP overperformed, they would be capped at 1. Their UCAP would be wouldn't take into account any overperformance, but their availability would be averaged over the DRP level.
I think that, especially for system RA resources, we are to do this kind of assessment because baselines are imprecise. Then I think there would be, and there are obviously, if there's negative performance, that also gets scored, but generally resources do perform at least some. So I think it would over-penalize resources if there's not accounting for overperformance.
Okay, thanks for that comment. Go ahead.
At least for system resources, I understand for if it's like a local RA resource, then it then it wouldn't make sense to aggregate with a different to consider more resources that are outside of that local RA area. But for system RA resources, like if you had 100% performance, just the way that the baselines are imprecise, sometimes it'll show up as 120%, sometimes it'll show up as 80%. Just to throw that potential example out there.
So Nora, this is Carl. I just want to clarify your thought here, which is, the load impact protocol is one of the approaches used as regression analysis, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so with the idea that you've got a regression, you're on average you're right, but you're wrong on average, which is to say, in order to get that value, sometimes you're above it, sometimes you're below it. And that's just how you come up with the load impact protocol. So when you're applying forced outage rate onto DR, you can't cap it at that 1 because the load impact protocols didn't either.
I mean, I'm not saying not because of load impact protocols, but just because of the way that performance is an estimated statistical methodology. Even assuming 100% performance every time, it would.
I understand
exactly capture.
I understand your point, or we can talk more about that internally, and hopefully we don't come to that, because again, our first alternative at ELCC is kind of avoids that complexity. But I understand your concern, so appreciate your thought.
Well, I think I still agree with. I'm still struggling with the ELCC being more. I don't see the ELCC as being less complex than LIPs.
No, I don't think we're asserting that ELCCs are less complex than LIPs. I think, in fact, they are complementary to LIPs, which is to say, in order to run the ELCC, you first need to know what the production profile is from that resource. So that's one of the inputs into the load impact protocols to begin with. So I don't know that they're necessarily contrary to one another. I think there is a certain amount of overlap between the two, but ELCC does offer a better approximation of the incremental value provided by a particular demand response resource.
Yeah, I just wonder if there's a way to, in the CPC proceeding, to have some maybe hybrid between the LCCs that everyone can mostly agree on, so that you don't need to look at different methodologies.
Okay. All right.
As Esther said, like, the LIPs are based on performance. And I understand your thing about it being the right hour and everything, but
yeah, no, I appreciate your thoughts on this, Nora, and I think that we'll continue working through this as we go forward on developing these rules. But appreciate your thoughts.
I hope you all have a good day.
You too, Nora. Thanks a lot.
There are no further questions in the queue.
Okay, thanks. All right, so at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Bridget. She's going to go over UCAP treatment for imports.
Great. So tomorrow we'll be getting into the solar RA imports proposal. So here we kind of want to focus on the UCAP treatment for imports. And so first we wanted to start off by just sort of pointing out the outage reporting rules for the different import types. And so what we should take away from this is that imports do have a forced outage reporting obligation to the CAISO, and so we will have data to work with to capture the Ucat values for these resources. So for Stabilitide and dynamic resource-specific system resources, These are obviously individual resources, and so with their own resource type, and so for these RA imports, we would apply the specific Ucat formulation with a slight modification for the underlying tech type. So if it was a pseudotype storage resource, then they would get the Ucat methodology for storage. If it was a dynamic gas gen, then the thermal Ucat would apply, and so on and so forth. And while today we have what's called a non-dynamic resource-specific system resource, we will be reterming these non-dynamic resource-specific RA imports, but they will have the same outage reporting requirements. So we go to the next slide. As you'll also see tomorrow, we have sort of two proposals for the transition requirements to support RA imports. And there's a slight modification around how we will be treating transmission curtailments for these resources than we do for internal gen. So as we'll see tomorrow, we're proposing that RA imports must have firm transmission on the inner ties, so 7S priority, and then in the upstream network regs, they can have anything from monthly non-firm to conditional firm to firm. And depending on where the transmission gets cut and what level of priority it is on will determine whether or not that curtailment impacts the resource's Ucat volume. And so here we kind of outline the four scenarios that an RA import could face to better explain this interplay between transmission and the resource outage. So in this first case, if the resource submitted an outage for a mechanical reason and there was no ETAG data because there was no energy to flow because the resource was on outage, then only the resource outage would count towards Ucat. In the second scenario, if there was not a resource outage, but they submitted a transmission curtailment on the ETAG, depending on whether or not that transmission was firm or non-firm would impact whether or not it would be captured in the final Ucat value. So if it was on non-firm transmission of the monthly non-firm, then it would be counted towards Ucat. And the idea here is that resources have control over the level of priority of transmission that they procure. And so if they elect to go with the riskier monthly non-firm that has a higher curtailment priority versus firm, which is the last thing to be cut, then we want to incentivize resources to procure the most reliable transmission, which again is that firm transmission. And so we think it's appropriate to include this transmission curtailment if it flowed on monthly non-firm because the resource could have potentially bought firm service and they elected not to. And so the level of priority of transmission they procured is somewhat under their control. And so that's why we think that in this case for RA imports, since they do have more control over the level of firmness that they procure to support the resource, that any transmission curtailment on non-firm legs should count against their Ucat. If they don't have an outage, but they have a curtailment on their firm service, then this would not count because they did everything in their power to secure the highest level of transmission priority. And so we think it's more akin to an internal gen, that if the transmission is cut outside of their control, then it shouldn't count against their Ucat evaluation. And so we'll be looking at ETAG data to capture curtailments and the level of priority in the final Ucat values. So we go to the next slide. And so again, the transmission curtailments will apply to dynamic and non-dynamic resources. But because non-dynamic resource-specific RA imports, which tend to be an aggregation or portfolio of resources, which have to be from the same BA, but because the underlying portfolio could change year over year, similar to how DR can kind of change resource IDs. We think that there is a need to aggregate up for non-dynamic resource-specific RA imports to better capture their availability. And so for these resources, we will be calculating the UCAP at the SB level rather than at the individual resource ID level. So again, the SB level allows us to track availability for RA imports with unique transaction IDs as opposed to resource IDs, which can change. And so for SB1, we will look at all of their non-dynamic resource-specific RA imports and look at their non-firm transition curtailments, forced and urgent outages, and then take that as a percent of their contracted megawatts to reach the average availability for these resources. So, for example, if an SB shows two non-dynamic RA import resources, one at 100 megawatts and one at 50 megawatts, then we would be evaluating the outages on the total 150 megawatts for their forced and urgent outages. So again, this will only, the SB level will only apply for non-dynamic resource-specific RA imports, and then dynamic and pseudo-type resources, they'll be calculated at the individual resource ID level because, again, those are stable resource IDs and not as variable as the non-dynamic RA imports, which can change underlying resources and change resource IDs more easily. So that's our approach for RA imports. So we go to the next slide. So next we're moving on to our hybrid and co-located resources. And then once I get through these next couple slides, I'll pause for questions on imports and hybrids and new resources. I'll go through one more. So again, for co-located resources, the CAISO continues to propose that the Ucat methodology be applied to the individual components because they each have their own unique resource ID. And so for a solar plus storage co-located resource, we would be applying the ELCC for the solar component and then Ucat for the storage component. And then for hybrids, there's a different way that they represent their availability to the CAISO. And so because we don't have individual resource IDs that we can suss out what outage is being caused by the solar component versus the storage, it's just one resource ID, we have to have a different approach. So in the hybrid resource policy, the CAISO has put forward that hybrid resources will submit mechanical outages to the CAISO via the OMS system, and this can be for either the solar or storage component. But then in order to manage sort of the intra-hour changes on the component, we will be, they'll have the ability to manage this variable output through the dynamic limit tool, which we detail in the hybrid proposal. But what this tool is meant to do is to represent sort of the maximum output the hybrid resource can produce every 5 minutes. And can be reduced to reflect things like ambient D rates, the absence of the variable generation capability. So in non-solar hours, there's no output from the solar component, limitation on generation due to state of charges or on-site charging can all be represented through the dynamic limit tool and limit how much of that resource is available for dispatch. So if we go to the next slide. So here we walk through the formulas for how we would be applying UCAP for hybrid resources. And so the first modification is that the hourly unavailability factor will look at not only the forced and urgent outages reported to our OMS system, but also the dynamic limit impacts. And so before we get to this step, we will do a pre-calculation where we create the dynamic limit impact for that hour, which will be the average for that hour of the dynamic limit minus the Pmax. So that will give you the percent that was unavailable to the market on average for that hour, and include that in the hourly unavailability factor. So once we get these for all the hours, we'll apply the same weighting, and then the big difference here is that whereas with other resources, we apply the weighted seasonal average availability factor to the deliverable capacity, for hybrid resources, we'll be applying it to the Pmax of the resource, because this gets you the more accurate availability from all of the components. And then the final monthly NQC value will be the minimum of the QC value or the Ucat, whichever is lower, and then will be limited to the point of interconnection. So it won't have a Ucat slash final NQC that is higher than their point of interconnection. So I think this makes a little bit more sense when we look at in an example. So if we go to the next slide. So here I have sort of two example hybrid resources. And so the QC value on the first row is derived from the CPUC's QC counting methodology. And so in their Track 3B workshop in November, they outlined the steps that they use to calculate the QC for hybrid resources. And so we use their production profiles to calculate the effective renewable, and then subtracted out the storage. So in the paper, we outline this methodology to get at where these QC values are coming from. And then for the Ucat, I estimated what the dynamic limit tool might be by looking at the average production of the fleet of solar resources. So looking at the production publicly available data set, I created a percent hourly production on average and used this for the dynamic limit. And then for the storage component, I looked at the average forced outage rate for storage resources from our fuel type 0 report to estimate their forced outage rate. And so here you can see that what I think this really highlights is that since the UCAP assessment hours tend to fall outside of the solar production hours, what the UCAP value tends to be for these hybrid resources is the storage resource. However, in the summer, since the solar production hours are longer, you can have more of the contribution of the VER component being reflected in the UCAP values. And then you can see on the final row is where we assign the final NQC value by taking the minimum of either the UCAP or the QC methodology. And so while majority of the time we go with the CAISO calculated UCAP value, in some of these shoulder months like October, we might go with the QC value. It just depends on which of those is at the minimum. And so again, I think this better demonstrates how the CAISO will not be double counting outages because there are concerns among stakeholders that because the QC methodology from the CQC already takes into account limitations of the VER component as well as on-site charging, that if we included things like the dynamic limit tool into the final UCAP value, we could be double penalizing resources. But this, by taking the minimum of either the QC or UCAP, we avoided double counting because our UCAP value is pretty much unrelated to the QC value. It's really being driven by the Pmaxes of both components and their dynamic limits and outage rates to reach the final UCAP value. And so again, what I think you see in these numbers is that because our UCAP assessment hours again fall outside of solar production hours, the monthly Ucat values tend to be the contribution of the storage component. And then in the summer months where we have more Ucat hours in solar production hours, we see an increase in NQC values to represent the contribution of the component to the reliability and what the grid can expect to get from a hybrid resource. So I will do one more slide where we talk about new resources, and then I will pause for questions. So again, for resources that do not have historic data to look at, there's been, the CAISO has put out sort of two proposals around how we would generate a Ucat value for new resources. And so based on stakeholder feedback, we've decided to go with starting off new resources at their deliverable capacity and then weighting earlier performance more heavily until we get 3 years of data. So as you can see, for the first year where we don't have any operational data, the NQC will equal the DQC. And then in that first year, after we have a year of historic performance, that will be weighted 70% in the final NQC and 30% of the DQC. In that second year, we will weight it 55-45 of the 2 years of historic performance. And then in that last year, we will have 3 years of data. And so we'll have the Ucat value / NQC representative of the underlying resource component. So this approach, in past, we had proposed to use cost averages, but there was a lot of concern among storage stakeholders that cost averages would not be reflective of new battery types or technology types. And there was questions internally around how do we determine when to create new cost averages. And so we think that this approach, by starting off with the DQC and weighting more recent years of performance more heavily, kind of balances that concern and will lead to an easier integration of resources onto the grid. So I'm sure there is a lot of questions about hybrids and imports, so I will pause here for questions.
As a reminder, you can enter the question queue by pressing #2 on your telephone keypad.
We do have a few questions. Going to the first caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Mary Lynch with Constellation. Back on slide 63, and I have a couple of questions where I kind of need to backtrack because I wasn't quite following everything. And if it would be easier to take this offline, just say so, and you know, we can talk later. But on slide 63, I was not understanding what the distinction is between the third and fourth line of the table. What is the difference in those two scenarios?
So the difference there is whether or not there was a outage or derate on the unit and whether or not there was also a transmission curtailment. And so in that third line, there is a resource outage or derate, and then there is also a there's also a transmission curtailment. And so what would only be counted in the Ucat value is that resource outage. Any transmission curtailments would not be counted for this resource because it was on firm transmission. So I agree that that is a little tricky, but in the fourth line, there is not a resource outage, but there is a transmission curtailment on firm service. But because it's on firm service, that curtailment would not be counted in Ucat.
Okay. Okay. Now I see it. Okay. Thank you. I got that. And then on and then let's see. I had one other. Oh, and this might be one you want to take offline, but on slide 67, could you just would you be able to on this call like pick any one of those months and just explain the calculation that goes from QC to Ucat? So you have a QC.
Yeah. So
and
I think
you're making assumptions about forced and, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So what's important to keep in mind with this is that our UCAP-derived value has nothing to do with QC. What it does is it takes, so if we maybe go back a slide, it might be helpful. And I can definitely, if you want to talk more offline about this, I'm happy to do so and walk you through the numbers. But basically what I did is, in order to simulate what the dynamic limit impact might be, is I took the UCAP assessment hours, which is also posted publicly. There's a spreadsheet that shows which hours are UCAP assessment hours. And so for each of those hours, I looked at what was the fleet-wide average solar output for that hour as a percent of the sort of total. And so say you had 8,000 megawatts of solar, and in hour ending 18, you had 2,000 megawatts that were producing. So for that hour, you take 2,000 over 8,000 to get the percent that was being produced, and then subtracted that from the max to create the dynamic limit, and then that was fed into the, and then I multiplied that percent by the 100 megawatt. It's probably a lot easier to talk about this offline because it's a lot of.
Well, I would have heard it's a tutorial, so happy to take it offline.
Yeah. But basically what I tried to do is take publicly available data and estimate what sort of the average expected output of the solar component might be for the UCAP assessment hours, and then put that as the dynamic limit and adjusted it so that it would be like the percent that wasn't being produced. And then to simulate outage rates, I just took the forced outage rates of the solar component, and these were all scaled to the example resources. And then sort of once you get the percent average availability, and then I multiplied that times the Pmax of the resource. So if we go to slide 67, so for example 2, we have 100 megawatt solar plus 100 megawatt storage, and their UCAP is 96.49. So basically, their weighted seasonal average availability factor, I'm doing a quick conversion. Basically, their weighted seasonal average availability factor was 48.2% of their PMAX, and so that's where the UCAP number is derived from. So basically, it's saying under UCAP assessment hours in January, none of them happen to fall during solar production hours, and so basically, the contribution of the solar component isn't applicable during UCAP assessment hours, and then we have, on average, about a 4% outage rate on the storage component. So for the month of January, we can kind of expect under those critical grid conditions or typical UCAP assessment hours, we would only be seeing the contribution from the storage component, and so their NQC value should only be 96.49 to represent the average availability of the storage component. Whereas in a month like July, where more of the UCAP assessment hours fall in the solar production hours, you see more of the contribution of the ELCC value of these resources. And so that's why the UCAP is above what just the storage component can provide. And so, again, I'm happy to walk you through how I simulated these, but.
Okay, well, that was helpful. It's just giving me some better insights into it. So I will look at it some more, and if I have some other questions, I'll give you a call. Really appreciate the explanation.
Yep. Happy to talk offline.
Thanks.
Moving on to the next caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, Susan Schneider from Consulting. Unfortunately, I think you have double counting all over the place here. So let me try starting on page 65, since the written comments don't seem to be getting through, and see if I can explain the issue. So first of all, the CPUC has decided, had made a policy decision that hybrid and co-located resources with ITC limitations are to be treated the same, and so we have sort of a basic issue with the fact that this does not treat them the same. But let's get down to the details on the second major bullet here. So you've got a hybrid resource. You've got the variable resource component, and you've got the storage component. I'm going to assume it's solar storage hybrid resource. So the variable resource component, the QC for that, is developed the same as a standalone solar resource. So basically, it is already. Would you agree that that the QC has already been reduced for the solar variability?
So again, UCAP.
I'm not talking about UCAP. I'm talking about QC. QC. I'm just starting.
Yeah, the CPUC does. So what the CPUC does is they look at production profiles and as a percent, and then they substitute out the charging for the
right, and they do the same thing for storage. Yeah, they do the same thing for co-located and storage and hybrid resources. They don't treat them differently for RA purposes. So we're developing QC.
Mm-hmm.
They don't. Okay, so that's the first thing. Because I'm going to get down to sort of the mechanics of it. So let's looking at your second major bullet, which is how will outages and all that. So you have a resource that is solar and storage, and the QC for the solar part you would agree that is developed based on the ELCC methodology, right?
Yeah, it's yes, and it also takes into account the.
I'm going to get to that in a minute. Storage. But you're starting with the ELCC methodology, the same as for the solar co-located resource, right? And standalone storage. For the variable, I apologize. I'm talking about just the solar part. So if you're starting with the ELCC value for the solar.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that takes into account the variability of the solar resource, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that takes into account some forced outage allowance, as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So subjecting the solar portion of the variable resource to a further derate based on availability seems to be double counting, because you're starting from ELCC like you are for a co-located solar resource and a standalone solar resource, but now you're going to be reducing that value for outages and for just regular old availability, variability that solar resources have that's already been taken into account.
Not for UCAP.
I'm not talking. Okay. Standalone storage and standalone solar and co-located solar. Mm-hmm. You're going to use the ELCC value, right?
Yeah, for both of those.
Okay. Yes, and because those values already take into account the variability of that resource and some allowance for forced outages, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but the solar capacity that is inside a hybrid resource, even though that QC is also determined with ELCC, which also has taken into account variability of the resource and some allowance for forced outages, that resource could also be devalued further for UCAP purposes because of variability and because of forced outages, right?
So for hybrids, for UCAP, the starting point wouldn't be ELCC, it would be combined Pmax of both components.
The combined Pmax or the combined QC?
Pmax.
So if one of the resources is not fully deliverable, you're still going to start with the Pmax? then are you, why? Why are you not just looking at the part of the resource that would be deliverable?
Because that way we can use the dynamic limit tool to capture the kinds of unavailability that is also captured through ELCC, such as the variability, force outage rates. So by starting at Pmax, the dynamic limit tool is sort of the upward limit that the resource can contribute. And so in order to avoid the double counting that you're describing, if we start at the Pmax of the resource and then derate it from there, then you avoid the kind of double counting that you're talking about.
Well, I don't see how you're, okay, then go to page 567. It seems like you were clearly starting with the QC and not the Pmax.
No, the QC and Ucat are completely unrelated. So the QC,
Susan, the one other thing I would just add, this is Gabe Murtaugh from California ISO. The one other thing I would add here is that, I would expect for most hybrid resources that their, the amount of deliverable capacity that they have will generally equal their Pmax. Now, I understand that the actual generating capability of the underlying components may be greater than what they could potentially deliver to the grid, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me for a hybrid resource where we're modeling it with just one resource ID that they would have a Pmax that's greater than what they would be able to deliver. Or maybe I'm on a different.
No, they can't possibly. Well, no, they can't. They wouldn't have a Pmax. They would have a Pmax that would be less.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, that's fine then.
Okay, so when you go down to slide 67, and maybe, okay, first of all, that seems like new, and you're not going to start with the qualifying capacity of these resources, like the combined the solar plus the storage. You're not going to start with the combined QC and then do a D-rate for Ucat. You're going to start with the Pmax and then do a D-rate for or to a reduction for the dynamic limit tool reporting.
Yeah, so if you go to 66, so basically the first step is to take the dynamic limit for the Ucat assessment hours. Because they're at a 5-minute granularity, you take an average of those, subtract it from the Pmax. So since the dynamic limit is reporting the maximum amount that this resource could be dispatched to, if you subtract that from the Pmax, then you get what was unavailable during this period. You average that out to get sort of an hourly dynamic limit impact, and then that gets treated as a D rate in the hourly unavailability factor, which looks at the dynamic limit plus any mechanical outage that the resource may submit as a percent of combined Pmax. And then we'll do that for the 3 years. And then the big difference for hybrids is that for the final Ucat, instead of taking it as DQC times the weighted seasonal average availability factor, we're taking it as a percent of Pmax. And then to determine what the final monthly NQC is that we are valuing the resource at, it will be the minimum of the QC or Ucat. And so QC is, again, CQC defined with ELCCs and reduction of on-site storage charging to get a number, and then Ucat is in relation to Pmax, combined Pmax of the resource, and then it's an either-or for the final NQC. It'll be either the CQC derived QC value, or it'll be our Ucat value derived from Pmax, whichever is smaller.
Okay, so and then you have a couple. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
And then limited to the point of interconnection. So it wouldn't get a Ucat value higher than its interconnection. But again, the assumption is that you wouldn't necessarily have a Pmax greater than what your interconnection was.
Right. Okay. So go to slide 67. And so what you're saying is in this slide, your QC, you have QC and then UCAP and then final in QC. The QC and the UCAP here, as you said before, they're completely unrelated. You didn't take the QC and then apply these other factors you were talking about to get the UCAP value here. You did it in some totally separate calculation.
Correct.
Okay. And then to get to from the UCAP to the final in QC, how did you do that?
So then you compare QC to UCAP and you take whichever one's smaller. So basically for all of this first example, it's the UCAP is smaller than the QC, so the final NQC is the UCAP value that we calculated. Example 2, you can see that for it's mostly the UCAP value, except in months like May, it's the QC was smaller, so it's 108 instead of 112 that we calculated for the UCAP. And then for the month of September, the QC was also smaller, so we took 106 instead of the UCAP of 112.
Okay. Would you agree? Let me back up then to the more than 50,000 foot level. Would you agree that co-located resources and hybrid resources that are acting pretty much in exactly the same way could end up with very different UCAPs under this methodology?
Hey, Susan, this is Gabe again. I agree with you that, you could have hybrid resources and co-located resources acting the same way, but you could also have co-located resources and hybrid resources that are acting in different ways. I mean, we know that hybrid resources can have portions of their capacity offline because they're doing on-site charging, which is fine, and that's part of the policy that we adopted for them. And we know that co-located resources are essentially modeled per the ISO as if it's a solar resource plus a storage resource, a VER resource just like all the other VER resources, and then a storage resource which is also managed just like any storage resource. So in light of that, because of the way that we're treating, and again, it's a 50,000 foot level, because of the way that the ISO is modeling and treating the co-located resources as two independent resources, we thought it would be prudent to have our counting rules match the independent VER and storage resources for the co-located. For the hybrid resources, we thought that because you've got, one resource ID and that resource is able to bid in and contribute when it can, and it's, seeking to maximize profits and be involved in the market as much as possible if it wants to be. The idea there was, well, we could use the same methodology that we use for, let's just say, a gas resource. If this is a 100 megawatt hybrid resource, then it's only available for 80 megawatts during one of the UCAP assessment hours because, of an outage or because it's doing on-site charging or whatever. Then we would simply count that particular interval as, a D rate on the UCAP, just like we would for a gas resource.
Yeah, I understand all that, Gabe, but you understand, the rationale behind the CPC adopting the same QC methodology is they assume that the behavior would be basically the same because you're going to have to charge this, if you have the ITC limitation, you're going to have to charge the storage with on-site solar generation. And basically what you're going to have is the co-located resources will be trying to mimic what the hybrid resources are doing explicitly because that's the only way they can get their ITC recovery. And so you're going to, the behavior is going to be, the idea of behind the CPUC policy decision is that the behavior is going to be generally the same because the restrictions and based on the tax credit, which is a federal policy, are basically the same for both configurations. So the co-located resources are going to have to essentially do the same thing. They're going to physically be charging their storage from their solar. And they're going to have to do it through market mechanisms and bids and, jumping through some flaming hoops. But basically, that's what they're going to try and do because that's the only way to get their tax recovery. And the hybrid resources just have a way to do the same thing with, with a more explicit mechanism. But the CPUC decision was based on the idea that the behavior is probably not going to be significantly different because they both have to pretty much do the same thing. And so the fact is, if they're going to do if they're doing pretty much the same thing, this is going to result in a very different UCAP value for the two of them. And that does seem somewhat contrary not only to the federal policy, but also to the state policy of how these resources are treated. So, anyway, that's been the issue here. And it gives us more details, but it doesn't change the fundamental facts here of how these things will behave.
Yeah, and I think we understand that and appreciate that. And frankly, I think we would expect the behavior of a standalone storage resource to be very similar to the behavior of a hybrid resource or a co-located resource, given current market conditions today, where prices are lowest during the peak solar hours and prices are highest during the net load peak in the evening. So maybe what you're raising here is not necessarily a concern. Well, it is a concern about the difference between counting between hybrid and co-located resources, but maybe the broader concern is a discrepancy in how we're counting standalone storage today.
Well, I don't think there's anything to do with that. I think it has to do with the fact that your solar and storage, if they're co-located, are going to have to behave in some very similar way to what's going on with a hybrid resource with in the same capacity, relative capacity and resources, because that's how they're going to get their storage, their ITC recovery. And that's what the CPUC had recognized in its decision. It doesn't have anything to do with standalone storage.
Well, and I would just say though that from the ISO's perspective, we expect most storage, either standalone storage or co-located storage, to behave fairly similarly because we're basing that on actual price outcomes that we see from the market. And if you are contending that, yes, I see that the calculations that we're providing here are actually different. But if you're contending that the co-located calculation is significantly different than the hybrid calculation, well, that also means that the standalone storage calculation is significantly different than the hybrid calculation, which may call the wisdom of that into question as well.
Well, I guess I don't.
Your point's taken, Susan.
Okay, all right. I'm not seeing the same connection you are. This is a standalone resource because a standalone resource is going to charge from the grid at will. And so that's a very different kind of behavior than you would expect for these resources, which are going to have severe limitations, if not prohibitions on their PPAs on charging from the grid. So they're going to be very carefully trying to balance their charging based on the storage, based on the solar output, whereas the standalone storage resource does not have that concern. So I'm not, what we're trying to conflate here is the fact that these resources are have been, by state policy, recognized that they are going to be behaving in a certain way, and yet if they behave in exactly the same way, they're going to come up with two different UCAP numbers here. So that's the point I was making.
Yeah, your point's taken.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Moving on to the next caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hey guys, this is Chris from Customized Energy Solutions. So I wanted to try to weigh in here on this hybrid UCAT proposal, and I'm trying to be constructive here. I'd like to actually have a discussion about some of these aspects, but let me just throw out there a couple concerns I have related to this. I think that it's probably inappropriate to use this dynamic limit concept. I had a lot of kind of discussion trying to understand better the discussion between Susan and Bridget on using the PMAX versus the QC, and how the QC methodology isn't really related to this proposed UCAT methodology. But just fundamentally using the idea of the dynamic limit tool to try to assess the availability of the resource is, flawed in a lot of ways, I think, and it doesn't actually really reflect the true availability of the resource. Because if you think about a situation where there's a solar and a storage that's combined into one single resource ID, literally every time that you're going to try to charge that on-site storage device from on-site solar energy, you're going to have to put in a limitation and reduce your availability from that overall resource and use the dynamic limit tool to reflect that anytime you're doing that kind of on-site charging. And frankly, I just think that doesn't actually reflect the true availability of the resource in the sense of kind of the Ucat idea or what you're trying to get at by looking at, true forced outages on any number of other resources. So, I would just suggest reconsidering this entire part of the proposal because it seems like it's probably discriminatory to me in the sense of, some of the things that Susan raised, but basically just the treatment between a co-located solar and storage resource that's the same exact size and operated almost the same exact way as a single resource ID hybrid resource. And then, the other concept, I apologize for my dog barking. The other concept I just wanted to raise is the use of these dynamic limit tools for the idea of the charging on site. It's gonna, if you go forward with this concept, you are now going to create an incentive for all hybrid resources to now not do any on-site charging from the on-site solar resource production. And everything that the CAISO said about how to operate these resources seems to be that you want the on-site storage to be charging the on-site storage, as was discussed by Gabe about the whole concept of trying to allow them to capture the IPC and how they would be operated to maintain reliability, and you would be shifting energy from the middle of the day solar production periods into later time frames when you could use that storage to provide that output later when the sun is out. And so by doing that and having the lower availability earlier in the day, they're actually providing you a reliability value to the grid, to the system at a later period and enhancing the availability of the resource to a later time frame. And so you're using the dynamic limit tool then later in that evening time frame to show that you don't have any solar production. And so it's, again, discounting the availability of the resource when it's not really fair to be discounting that. So, I would just suggest that a couple alternatives. You could just use the QC methodology to set the overall Ucat value and use just the actual physical outages that are submitted as forced outages and the other type of outage types that count against your Ucat for, like, let's say another traditional type of resource. You could do a similar way that you just apply it like you would apply for just a standalone storage resource. Or another option would be the way that you guys have described the QF methodology, where you're saying you could use the QF and basically say, okay, this QF has said, I can give you 70 megawatts of energy during that hour, and then you're dispatched to a certain level. Let's say it's dispatched up to 50 megawatts, and then you look back and you say, how much did you actually perform up to that dispatch, and then use that kind of ratio as a percentage to apply a Ucat value. You could do that same thing here for these hybrid resources, where you just use the dynamic limit as basically what is really available to do, and then you're not disincentivizing the hybrid resource from actually providing that value of shifting the energy from the solar production to a later period, which this proposal actually disincentivizes that. And so I think you really need to think hard about these incentives you're creating, because this seems like it's pretty flawed in the way that it's being set up under this part of the proposal. So I really encourage you. Does this make sense at all? Are you guys following this part of the disincentive that I think you're creating?
Chris, I don't know. I'm a little bit confused. This is Gabe again. So to us, when we see a 100 megawatt gas resource or we see a 100 megawatt hybrid resource, if that gas resource takes an outage for 50 megawatts and they only have 50 megawatts available to us, and the hybrid resource does something similar, where they're on-site charging for 50 megawatts and they're still only making 50 megawatts available to us, we see that as 50 megawatts of dispatchable capacity either way. So that's sort of our thinking about why we're counting, the dynamic limit tool results the same as outage results from OMS. I see what you're saying about, charging now allows me to provide more energy potentially to the grid later. But, I would just say that when we're considering which hours to select for the Ucat counting methodology, we're picking the 20 tightest supply cushion hours. So if you do have more availability that you're able to offer into the grid later in the day, and you suspect, and we suspect, that those are when those 20% of tightest supply cushion hours will occur, you'll still be able to provide that full capacity, including the charge storage resources, during those later hours of the day, and you'll get, full credit for your UCAP there. The final thing that I'd add is, let me just add one more thing here.
Sure.
I would just say that, yes, hybrid resources can use the dynamic limit tool to tell and inform the ISO when they're doing on-site charging. They could also do that with their bid curve. So if you've got a 100 megawatt solar resource, or a 100 megawatt solar component and a 50 megawatt storage component at a hybrid location, you can bid in your full 100 megawatts of output at, say, $1,000, and say you bid the first 50 megawatts at $30. So if prices materialize at anywhere between $30 and anything less than $1,000, you'll get dispatched at 50. Well, at that time, if your solar is generating at 100, you're able to still put 50 megawatts into your storage resource and bid the full 100 megawatts, because if prices really do spike up to 1,000, you really do want to provide 100 megawatts to the ISO grid at that time.
Okay, so a couple things on all those responses. First off, I don't think we're talking about gas resources here at all. So that doesn't follow, because you're not actually saying you would apply this type of methodology to just a standalone gas resource. We're really talking about solar and storage. Combined either as a co-located or hybrid. So, that part of it, I just don't really follow that argument. The next stuff about, the availability later on during the day, you still have to put in a lower dynamic limit if there's no solar available. You would have to, let's say it's 100 megawatts of solar and 50 megawatts of storage. When you move into those later periods in the evening, when you guys are saying that it's likely that you would actually experience a tight supply cushion hour, now you're discounting it even more, because they're going to actually say, okay, the 100 megawatt solar isn't really available anymore, and so I'm only at 50 now. So in my dynamic limit, I would be submitting all the way through those evening hours until the next morning would be only 50 megawatts at max. So that's totally not reflecting the availability of the resource. Right now, that resource, in my mind, the resource is available 100% because you've got the full amount of the storage available. So that part of it, I don't follow really. And then saying that you could just bid in a certain amount. You need to be able to use that dynamic limit tool throughout the day, in between the time from T75 when you put in the bids for these hybrid resources until when you put them, into the actual operations, and the market outcomes come out in the 15-minute market and 5-minute market in the RDT. You're not going to get the right outcomes if you limit yourself to a much lower bid or a certain level of bid, expecting a certain outcome. You need to be able to use that dynamic limit tool to reflect the choice of what's going on behind the scenes. So by including this, you guys really are creating a disincentive to use the dynamic limit tool at all. And so people are going to want to just try to manage it with their bids and not put in any outages or dynamic limit. Then the CAISO might be giving infeasible dispatches. And again, that would impact reliability negatively. So it just seems like it's really not going to work well in practice.
Well, if there's a resource that can only provide 50 megawatts during the tightest supply cushion hours, are you suggesting we should give them more than 50 megawatts worth of credit?
No, I'm saying that their Ucat for that level, for that period, shouldn't be impacted by the unavailability of the solar. So if you have a 100 megawatt solar facility that's standalone and it's not available at nighttime, you don't discount its ELCC somewhat further because it just didn't bid during the nighttime. The ELCC reflects that. So I think it's flawed to say, okay, now that this 150 megawatt combined hybrid resource is only available for 50 megawatts, that you actually were now, 75% unavailable. That doesn't actually reflect the real availability. What's actually happening, it seems discriminatory in that you're not really treating the solar the same way as it would be if it was standalone, or the same way as it would be if it was a co-located resource. You know that there's nothing coming out of that solar regardless of how it's been configured. So it just seems to me that this whole concept of applying the dynamic limits is flawed on its face, and that you should rethink the whole idea, because it's not going to give a good incentive for these resources to be operated in an efficient and reliable manner. Am I getting through with the idea, the concept about the incentives that are being created, or do you guys just disagree about the incentives? Because I like to try to work through it so you understand my viewpoint of the incentives that are going to get created by this.
I'm not totally sure I follow you, because, we offer the dynamic limit so that the hybrid resources can reflect their true capability to the ISO. And our original proposal was actually to have them do this through the OMS system. And we got a lot of pushback from stakeholders on that, saying, oh, the OMS system is so cumbersome to adjust that every 5 minutes when solar's ramping up or solar's ramping down. It's going to be, way too burdensome, and we're just not going to be able to do it. So, this is a replacement tool for OMS, and the purpose of this tool really is to tell the ISO exactly how much capability is available from any specific hybrid resource. It's not to, I don't know. We're not saying,
but the idea behind the hybrid limit, dynamic limit tool is to try to inform the ISO about what's the feasible dispatch level of the resources. It's not to inform it of its physical capabilities. It could actually choose to dispatch that storage and not absorb the solar output during some period and put all of it onto the grid. If the signals are right, let's say that the prices go up, and they could adjust their dynamic limit instead of having it at let's say, drop it down to only, 50 megawatts of output because you're taking 100 of the solar output and putting 50 of it into the battery. At some point, during a particular hour, if the market signals the prices go to a certain level, you might want to change your output and say, no, we're going to actually put everything onto the grid now, and my dynamic limit is now 150. By saying that you want to use this as a Ucat assessment tool and use this impact of this dynamic limit as part of trying to assess its real availability, now you're actually not reflecting the true availability, because you're saying that this resource isn't really available when it really could be available. So you're now discounting their RA value just because of the choice they've done to model the resource, and then the choice they've made to how they would operate the resource when it really is available. So I'm not saying you should undo this concept of the dynamic limit tool, or that you shouldn't track the OMS outages for these resources. I think you need to do both things, but I would suggest you relook at the way you're doing it for either for QS, or you just only apply the actual physical forced outages that are submitted by the resources as their true availability, because this way you're doing it is going to be discriminatory against hybrid resources compared to co-located resources that are situated exactly the same way. It just chose to be modeled differently.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Chris. I'm happy to have a conversation with you offline. We can get the whole team involved.
Okay, that's fine. I don't want to delay this any further, so yeah. I'd like to take you up on that so we could really get on the same page and try to work through this a little bit more. And I don't want to take up any more time today, so I'll leave it at that. But I appreciate your consideration to talk through this. It really is helpful to talk through it. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks for the comments, Chris.
Okay. Moving on to the next caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. This is Mike Whitney with NCPA. I just have some questions with regards to the RA import counting rules. If we could go to slide 64. Great. Yeah. So, as far as the dynamic and the pseudo-tie imports being treated as internal generators for the Ucat counting rules, that makes a lot of sense. It's a little less clear for me with the non-dynamic resource-specific RA imports. So I understand the need to assess them on a SC level, and I get how the non-firm transmission curtailments would be factored in. What I'm less clear on are, and I'm hoping I can get some more clarification on this call, is what exactly are forced and urgent outage impacts? Because these type of imports, they could be coming from a pool of resources that you don't know if one or many of them are submitting outages, and I don't even know if they would be submitting them to OMS. And so I just, the word impact is in italics, so I'm just kind of wondering, what does that mean?
So if we go back 2 slides, I believe we have our BPM for outage reporting requirements for the different resource types. And so they do have a obligation to report to us any outages within 60 minutes of discovery. So, if you have an award to deliver energy, but then you trip offline from some resource and you can't fully satisfy that award, you have a reporting obligation to the ISO to report that. So the idea is that these resources would be reporting that to us.
So these out-of-state resources, they submit outages to the ISO?
Yes, they have to inform us of forced outages. So we have no, say, over their planned outages, but if they are on a forced outage under our rules, they do have an obligation to report that to us.
But how are those resources tied to the RA import if it's non-dynamic and just say BA specific?
So even these resources should have a RA ID, and so they should have the ability to submit to our OMS under that RA resource ID, which does identify the SB, but because that specific RA import resource ID could change year over year, that's why we're doing it at the SB level. But in these resource IDs that are created for these kinds of resources, it does identify the SB. So we basically would be pooling all of these same kinds of resources together to calculate this, and any outage that was reported under one of these IDs would go into that calculation.
Okay. I think when the ISO goes to implement this, they're going to run into a little bit of a roadblock there. So, I've never seen any kind of OMS for our non-dynamic RA imports, and so I guess I would expect those to be made available to us. So, but thank you for pointing to the BPM entries there. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next caller. Caller, your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Carrie Bentley from the Western Power Trading Forum. I have a very quick question. On the hybrid treatment, when you're using the dynamic limit, and let's say you charge during the middle of the day and now you're charging during the end of the day, it's probably a supply cushion hour. In that first hour, when you start discharging, your state of charge goes down, and your solar probably is going down at the same time. And so I think you would have to adjust your dynamic limit for the following 3 hours. And so even though you're discharging during the optimal 4 hours, because you're then also having to adjust your dynamic limit because of the state of charge, would that cause your RA to lower? Would that lower the UCAP?
Yeah, it would. And that was sort of, this is Gabe again, that was sort of some of the responses that Chris and I were talking about. Basically, if you're able to provide 50 megawatts of storage plus 25 megawatts worth of solar one interval, that would count for 75 megawatts worth of credit in that 5-minute interval. And then if 2 intervals later, the sun is going down, and now instead of 25 megawatts of solar, you're only able to provide 20 megawatts of solar, then you'd only get 70 megawatts of credit for that interval.
But I guess I mean, I could see that just in general intervals, but I'm saying, let's say the resource was absolutely perfectly available. They bid up to their forecast. They were available during the exact perfect 4 hours. Are you still, it's under this proposal then, you're still discounting their UCAP?
Well, we're discounting their UCAP to their actual availability.
Right, but because storage is an availability limited resource, it can't be 100% available all the time. And so I guess maybe that's the problem I have, is that you're saying even if you optimally dispatch this resource and it's available as much as possible, you're still discounting its UCAP. And I think maybe that's part of the conversation.
Yeah, sorry, Carrie. I'm confused. Are you concerned about discounting the UCAP because storage is unavailable, or are you concerned about discounting the UCAP because solar is unavailable? Or both?
Well, it would be, so let's say you have 100 megawatt solar and 100 megawatt storage behind 100 megawatt interconnection, which is a very normal situation, and it's at the end of the day, and the resource has charged from the solar, and now it's the 4 peak hours, and it's discharging. But, you know, the solar has gone down, but that's expected, right, from this hybrid resource. You expect it to discharge after solar is going down because that's the optimal use for storage. So, yeah, now it is unavailable, but it's available as much as it could be. It only has 4 hours of discharge. It's discharged an hour. So, yes, now a fourth of the capability is unavailable, but there was no way for it to be available. It's
well,
done.
In your scenario,
fully comply.
Yeah, this is 100 megawatt. Oh, yeah. In your scenario, this is a 100 megawatt hybrid resource, capable of generating up to 100 megawatts, and it's still, as long as it has state of charge, it can still bid in up to the full 100 megawatts, and as long as it's bidding in the full 100 megawatts, it would get the full credit for capacity during that hour. I'm being asked online to wrap this conversation up because I know I believe we're at time right now. But yeah, I'm happy, Terry, if you want to send me an email, and Bridget and I can respond to additional questions. And I don't know, we may be able to put some time in tomorrow morning to talk a little bit more about this if that's what stakeholders would like to hear about.
I think, you'll get a lot of comments on this, and then in the next draft, you can just articulate that if a hybrid resource appropriately responds to schedules and bids in its availability, it the best way it can, basically, I don't know how to articulate that better, but it does respond to market signals, and it does exactly what the CAISO wants, then its availability its UCAP will not be impacted. I think that's what I want to know, because it sounds like
I think we can do a better job. Yeah, I think we've run through some examples in the paper, but we can further clarify that in the paper.
Okay, thanks. And then just finally, sorry, I didn't see a storage slide. Are we going to talk about that tomorrow? Storage methodology?
So storage UCAP will be the same as thermals. So we've moved away from any separate proposal. So the generic will only look at outages will be applied to storage. And then in the must offer section, we'll kind of explain why we think we can do that, because we have other guardrails in place to kind of put limits on how they can reflect unavailability through things like state of charge. So we can explain a little bit more when we get in the MOO why we think we can just have a generic UCAP for storage that only looks at the forced outage rates.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. This is Lauren. I am going to have us end here. I know there may be a few more questions in the queue. I'm not sure, but if that is the case, please feel free to send us an email or include those questions in written comments. We also have some additional slides for UCAT and other topics that we will work into our agenda over the next few days. We have another call tomorrow morning and another one Thursday afternoon. So we'll rework our agenda a little bit to do that in order to have some time to wrap this up. But since we are over time, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Isabella to go over the next steps.
Thanks, Lauren. So like Lauren said, we do have another call tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. to continue our discussion, and we'll try to work in those topics that we didn't get to today, either tomorrow or the next day. But right now the agenda for tomorrow includes planned outage process enhancements and RA imports, and then the meeting details for that call are available on the RA Enhancements Initiative webpage as well as our calendar. So thank you all for participating in our call today, and I hope you have a great rest of your evening.
That concludes our conference. Thank you for using Event Services. You may now disconnect.